You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you and welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Friday morning live on Fox Local and on YouTube right now. We've got a busy Friday ahead of us, so we appreciate you joining us as we get started on our 4.5 hours of live streaming news, weather, and sports content here on Fox Local. I want to let you know and give you a live picture right now of what we are waiting for right off the bat here. 11 o'clock news conference expected from the U.S. Secretary of Energy, Chris Wright. Expected to hold a news conference where he is talking about energy grid reliability and also affordability during extreme temperatures and weather, such as major winter storms. We know here in Florida, sometimes that looks, we see that impact in the summer especially. But a lot of us going to see more expensive heating bills, electricity bills this winter. After that cold snap that we have had, I'm sure if you're like me, you've been running the heat a lot more than you normally have to in the winter because of those cold temperatures. But we also know in the summer, just extreme temperatures on both kind of ends of the spectrum really put a lot more pressure and stress on the nation's electrical grid. And so we're going to hear more about that coming up in this news conference any minute now, and we will bring that to you when it does begin. Meanwhile, we are getting ready for a much nicer weekend here in Central Florida. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner joins me now. And Brooks, we've just about made it to the weekend.
We're here.
This weekend going to be a lot nicer than last weekend.
Yeah, you remember last Friday we were talking about this big cold Arctic surge coming in, and it proved it was cold. It killed so much landscaping, so many farms. This may be one of those well over $100 million impact kind of events across Central Florida between backyard landscaping. How do you quantify that? But also the farming impacts.
But what a difference a week makes here.
Huge, yeah. We're looking at highs around 70 this weekend and then upper 70s next week for a quiet, placid, delightful period. We had one last cold morning this morning, but things are going to be warming up, relatively speaking. No more freezes in the cards for at least the better part of the next 10 days. And frankly, as we get through the rest of February and into March, they become exponentially less and less likely. So we may be through the thick of it, at least in Orlando. Can't speak for North Florida, can't speak for North Central Florida. There still may be some cold nights there. 50 degrees at Lake Fairview right now. It is cool. We're going to top out today around 63 degrees, breezy as well, but a little warmer than yesterday, not quite as windy. There will be a high fire danger, though, because we've got very low relative humidity and very dry ground despite yesterday's rain. So you'll need an extra layer as you head out this afternoon if you're sensitive to the cold. If you like it fresh, it actually feels pretty decent as long as you're in the sun. 45 right now at Daytona Beach. Definitely windbreaker weather there. And if you're going to the beach, make sure you have that windbreaker with you, like a track jacket or something like that, or a light jacket through the afternoon. 61 degrees if we're lucky there. Here's a live view from Port Canaveral. Looks pretty, but what's not so pretty is this, our drought setup. Officially now we have had the most intense and most long duration drought since 2012. So this is the worst drought since 2012, and that was a big fire season. And so it goes without saying that we could see similar impacts here as we head into the driest 3 months of the season where fires are most likely, that being March, April, May, before the rainy season kicks in. While the temperatures rise and the humidity is low and the drought just continues to get worse with every passing day because we're not getting the regular rains of summer yet, that means that we could see widespread fires breaking out in areas, especially they're not managed by those prescribed burns that they started doing after the 1998 wildfire scourge across Florida. So today we've got a fire weather warning for our viewing area for gusty winds, low humidity, and drought conditions. So no open burning. Be careful with sparks. If you got a car, it's going to sound crazy, but try not to park it in an area where there's really tall grass, where the grass is touching the undercarriage, because there's a lot of heat down there on the catalytic converter and it can spark a fire. All right, we'll see about 63 today in Orlando and in Ocala, a busy westerly breeze. Tonight down to 49, so we're nowhere near as cold as what we were this morning with the freeze earlier in Ocala. Tomorrow morning it'll be more like 44 in Ocala. All right, let's talk big picture because we know it's going to warm up next week, which is going to be very nice, something to look forward to. High pressure controlling our weather through the middle of the week. And that'll ultimately induce a southwest flow, which means we may see highs pushing 80 degrees by Valentine's Day, which is not this weekend, but it's next weekend. Next weekend's also the Daytona 500. So we're going to look ahead. We've got a cold front that's going to be coming down into the region either Friday or Saturday. The timing's still a little bit in question, but this would be next weekend. And in doing so, it may cause a couple of delays with rain at the track because remember, it's not just the Daytona 500 on Sunday. They have all the races starting Wednesday. It's called Speed Weeks, and there's a bunch of different races and Cup Series and all this stuff happening. And so there are a lot of races that might be impacted by the rain. But it looks like by Sunday for the Daytona 500, the rain will have moved away. It'll just be cooler with highs in the low 60s. A little bit on the cool side for fans in the stands perhaps next Sunday, but pretty good for the drivers and for the crew on pit road to service the cars. They like it cool to stay at their peak performance. All right, 63 today, 67 degrees tomorrow, up to 70 Sunday, in the low to mid 70s Monday and Tuesday, upper 70s Wednesday and Thursday. It will be easy street with very little weather happening. Garrett, we're going to transition from tracking Arctic cold to tracking fire danger for about the next 7 to 10 days.
All right, we'll be watching for that. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner, thanks for joining us.
You got it. Thanks. Have a great weekend.
And as we go to break here, let's give you a live look at Levi's Stadium, where the Super Bowl is going to be kicking off on Sunday. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we will be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to get you to this news conference just getting underway at the Department of Energy. There is Secretary Chris Wright talking about the energy grid affordability and reliability in extreme temps. Go ahead and listen in.
Our life, it's why we live longer, healthier, more opportunity-rich lives than Americans did and that people around the world did several generations ago. Energy, to me, should be focused on humans, enhancing people's lives, and math, doing that affordably, reliably, and, of course, considering environmental impacts. When I was a kid, air quality in the United States was dramatically worse than it is today. My entire lifetime, we've seen a massive increase in air quality in the U.S. That's fantastic. That's to be celebrated. Today, the policies that get in the way of reasonable energy development and mess up the math are things focused around climate change. We've done almost nothing to change global greenhouse gas emissions, as close to nothing as you can get from endless regulations on electricity that have just driven up prices and driven down reliability in the name of climate change. This impacts American lives dramatically. That's why President Trump was elected. President Trump got elected to bring the focus back to humans about energy, about math, about facts, not silly and, again, unfortunately, innumerate climate politics. So we've just gone through a dramatic wet winter event. Cold air mass came down over the eastern, more than half of the United States. To give an example of the magnitude of this storm, we had reported just yesterday, every week we report the draws out of natural gas from storage, the largest natural gas storage withdrawal ever reported. That's a symbol of what increased energy demand came with this storm. What is natural gas? It's the largest source of home heating for Americans in the country. It's the largest source of electricity generation in the United States. Of course, we produce fertilizer with it and chemicals and run industry with it as well, but those are less impacted by weather. But heating and electricity demand are driven by weather. You get a cold storm. This was a big cold storm. We had a smaller but also intense cold storm 5 years ago, Winter Storm Uri in Texas, that became famous because it collapsed the Texas electricity grid, led to over 200 deaths, and 4.5 million people lost access to electricity. That's a grid that had lost its way and had a huge impact. This is a much larger storm, a much more dramatic impact. Less than 1 million people lost access to electricity. We wish that was zero. We work and strategize and talk every day about how to reduce that number. And the nearly 1 million that did lose access to electricity in this case did not lose it because generation failed, that we were not able to supply the capacity for the grid. They almost entirely came from icing on local distribution lines that took poles and lines down. My colleagues that are sitting in the front here, and one of them you'll hear from here in a second, worked 7 days a week in rotating shift 24 hours a day to move workers to get lines back up as much as possible. I think roughly 98% has been restored that lost electricity. That is a heroic effort of tens of thousands of Americans traveling across the country to help, and our team here that just coordinated through the night, through the day. And as my Deputy Secretary will walk you through, the unique and different policies the Trump administration brought with this focus on humans. We're going to do things that haven't been done before but should have done before, and we did here. I'm going to start with the big picture on just generation, because this is what gets talked about politically. This is what gets voted. This is what gets put into policy. Then James is going to talk about, Deputy Secretary James Danley is going to talk about how did we actually manage the crisis during the storm and the great cooperation we got, I think, across 22 states to deal with this thing. But this is, when you design an electricity grid, there's two major criteria. One is you must keep the lights on and the heats running or people die. Hospitals shut down, factories close. This is an enormous asset of a modern society to have an electricity grid. You must design it for peak demand. As we sit here today, there's hundreds of gigawatts of excess generating capacity. We're not stressing the electricity grid right now. Certainly in the western United States, we're not stressing it at all. So when I hear politicians say, we just need more electrons on the grid, no, we don't. No, we don't. It's the middle of a day and the weather's mild. When the sun shines or the wind blows, it doesn't add anything to the capacity of our electricity grid. It just means we send subsidy checks to those generators and we tell the other generators turn down because we're mailing subsidy checks to these generators. If you want to add to the capacity of our electricity grid, enable data centers, enable us to reshore manufacturing, the only way you do that that's helpful is you have to add to our peak generating dispatchability at that peak demand time, and we don't know when it's going to be. If you can add reliable power at peak demand time, you're additive to the grid. If you can't, you're just a cost center. You're not actually helpful for the grid. So here is, and this is zooming in on peak demand time. We took the peak demand time, which was different in New England and the mid-Atlantic states than it was whatever, but we took all of those moments, those hours of peak demand time, and said who was there, who kept the lights on, who delivered at that peak demand time. And I'll walk across this calendar, and then we compared it to what was that same source doing 365 days ago at that point in time. What does that source typically do? So what you see in this is when peak demand goes up, you got to produce more electricity than normal. Natural gas increased its electric generation at that peak demand time 47% higher than it was a year ago at that same time in the wintertime. So it still had a high demand there, but it flexed up 47%. Of course, it also flexed up dramatically for home heating at that time. This is an energy source that's there when you need it. Coal generation. increased 25% at peak demand time from where it was a year ago. And think of those efforts. We're shutting down coal plant. Coal electricity is all in the decline. It's 25% higher than it was last year because we needed it to be there. Nuclear steady eddy. It works whether the rains, the wind's blowing, the sun's shining, whatever, it drives through it. But it delivered basically the same amount of electricity as it did last year because it's hard to flex nuclear plants. I wish we could flex them up, but fantastic that it's steady. We know it's going to be there, whether peak demand time is when it's hot in the summertime or very cold in the morning or very cold in the evening when everyone comes home. It's going to be there for us. The sources that are so touted and so we hear about constantly, wind generation. Of course, we have enormous installed wind capacity across the country right now. Wind at peak demand time. This is averaged across the regions. I'll zoom into a region or two here in a second. Wind produced 40% less electricity when we needed it most. This is actually an overperformance of wind compared to that winter storm Uri 5 years ago that came down in a high-pressure system, sat there, wind power collapsed by 60 or 70%. This was a storm that had precipitation. It had a low-pressure system, so we had moving air. So that's very disappointing that we lost 40% of our capacity. It's done worse in most high-pressure systems in the summer and the winter. Hydro and geo are reasonably stable and reliable. Solar is pretty meaningless in the winter, whether you have a storm or not. So massive solar capacity across the United States, not a meaningful amount of electricity generated during the storm, and not a meaningful amount of electricity generated last winter at the same time. It's just, it's not an all-weather power source. To just look at the generation. When I read these articles, well, we're going to put in, 5 gigawatts of new solar. That does not mean you get 5 gigawatts of power generation as you might with a nuclear reactor or a gas plant or a coal plant. In fact, if you looked averaged across all the regions, if we looked at the capacity of solar, how much did it actually deliver relative to its capacity? If you had 1 gigawatt, you got 110 megawatts from solar when we needed it most. Again, this was a storm with precipitation and low pressure systems, so we did have wind. Wind only under-delivered by 77% relative to its capacity. So just another thing of saying when you read these, it's going to supply 300,000 homes in New England. Like, nonsense. Capacity factors don't matter. It's what do you deliver when we need it. So where did we get electricity? For all of the, this is the data like I showed in the first pie, but just given into market shares. If I took the peak demand time in Florida, the peak demand time in the Southeast, the peak demand time in PJM, the peak demand time in New England, they were at different times in different places, and just averaged across all those regions, where did that electricity come from? Natural gas, again, it's the workhorse of America's grid, pretty much 24/7, but it grew its market share even though demand was higher. Coal, look at coal, 24% of U.S. electricity, 15% from nuclear. If you look at that, where do we get electricity from last year, averaged over the whole year, you'll see natural gas is 1, nuclear is 2, coal is 3, or some people will say wind. Wind average amount of electricity is similar to coal, way higher installed capacity. But when you needed it, coal is able to ramp up and be there. So coal was 24%. Nuclear, on average, is about 20% of U.S. electricity, and it keeps delivering that amount of electricity. But when demand goes up, that same amount of electricity is a smaller piece of the pie. So this isn't nuclear going away. It's just the demand pie was bigger. Wind, 8%. 8%, think about that. A third of what coal delivered, despite massively more installed capacity, massively more money invested in wind generation, transmission, hundreds of billions of dollars of subsidies. Hydro and geothermal, these are pretty steady energy sources as well. They're not at huge scale right there, 4%. Solar, 2%. And other, which is, think of this as solar and batteries. This is wood, refuse, oil. This is all the other sources of electricity generation. But if you look at that, Oil's here. Oil's here. What kept the lights on? Nuclear, natural gas, and coal. Let's look at New England. New England, again, very cold in New England. Very cold in Florida. Keeping the lights on and heating working is just critical for humans. This is at peak demand time in New England. First thing I'll point out was what was the largest source of electricity generation at the time where it matters, at peak demand time? Oil was number one. This is crazy. Oil was a huge source of electricity generation in the United States when my mom was in high school. That's when we used a lot of oil for electricity generation. Oil is the largest global source of energy, but it's much more expensive than coal and natural gas. So with time, the use of oil is shrinking into the things you have to have oil for, and it's displaced by cheaper energy sources. But in New England, just bad policies, bad politics around energy has made it so that they don't have enough capacity to bring natural gas in when it matters at peak demand times. So these plants that can run on natural gas have to be dual fuel plants. So when it gets really cold, all the pipeline capacity is filled coming into New England. You first have to deliver natural gas for home heating. That's even more dangerous than using your electricity. In a lot of places in the South, home heating is electricity. But so it gets diverted to home heating, and that's the amount of natural gas left to generate electricity, not enough. The Constitution pipeline, you've heard me talk about for a year, we need to build the Constitution pipeline. This should not happen. Natural gas would have easily filled all of that electricity as well, but we couldn't get it to market. This oil is massively more expensive. It burns dirtier. You have to deliver it by barge and then trucks. We're trying to arrange barges and trucks to deliver heating oil to all these power plants. We do this in Hawaii and in Puerto Rico and in the America of my mom. We shouldn't be doing this in New England. This is simply bad political decision to block a pipeline to bring lower cost, cleaner burning natural gas to New England. Nuclear was again reliable, continued to deliver. Hydro, this coming from Canada. Thankfully, we had hydro generation there. And how did the darlings do? Wind, 2%. Solar, 0. Storage, when you think of batteries, they last a few hours. This is a multi-day storm, right? So wind and solar combined delivered 2% of New England electricity at the absolute most important moment. Less than burning trash and burning wood. This is the way you need to look at electricity grid, not average. Again, giving me extra electricity when I don't need it is just an extra cost. If I'm going to get all of my electricity from these sources, right, I could just run the same grid I have today, get rid of all of the wind and solar, all the transmission capacity, all the costs associated with it, and deliver the same output. The same output. When you force sources that go on vacation at peak demand, you just drive up costs. You've got to run two grids. That's the big picture story of where we actually got energy from during this storm. The details of navigating up to these peak hours and around and the logistics of supplying these things. In fact, we had times where our existing capacity couldn't deliver anything and the lights would have gone out if not for emergency orders that I'm going to have my colleague and longtime partner, Deputy Secretary James Danley, who was previously chairman of FERC, a true electricity expert. We have two other true electricity experts in the front row, our Assistant Secretary for the Office of Electricity, Katie Jereza, and Alex Fitzsimmons, our acting Undersecretary for Energy. So this is the team and the people under them that worked, that literally shifts 24/7 through the storm to make sure we did everything we could to keep the lights on, to keep people alive, and deliver a dramatically better result than the much smaller Uri storm of 5 years ago. So I'll introduce Deputy Secretary James Danley.
Some interesting statistics to see there. Also, a couple of shout outs to Florida in that news conference from the Secretary of Energy, Chris Wright. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we will be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to get you live to the campus of Florida International University down in Miami, where just a little bit ago we heard, or saw rather, a statue of Ronald Reagan unveiled as part of the America 250th birthday celebrations going on this year. We're hearing a number of speakers talking about Ronald Reagan's contributions. We heard from the governor just a little bit ago. We'll have his remarks for you coming up in just a little bit. But let's go ahead and listen in live as this ceremony continues.
It's going to take a special place in Florida's history, not only because it honors the legacy of somebody, it also allows people to learn about a past president and hopefully put those beliefs into the practice of their own lives. A lot of people in this room, in this place, probably read biographies. Who's read a Ronald Reagan biography in your life? Something about Ronald Reagan? Yes, most of us. Who's read the Bible in your life? Probably a lot of us. I always say to kids and young people when I work with them and people we mentor and people we work with, there are two types of people in the world. There's people who read things about history and learn. There are people who learn about history to apply. Ronald Reagan's legacy here with the statue, Ronald Reagan's legacy in Florida, Ronald Reagan's legacy on his 115th birthday, it's a chance for us to learn about a past president, I would argue one of the best presidents ever, and put those principles into practice in our own lives. It's an honor to be here, President Nunez. God bless Florida and God bless America.
Thank you, Dr. Schroeder. So I had the opportunity, of course, to thank the Duarte family for their generosity, our Board of Trustees for their support, our elected officials, community leaders. I've thanked, I think, everyone. I hope I didn't leave anyone out. But the one person that truly made today happen is the sculptor. And we have with us Carlos Enrique. Please join us on stage. Chair Duarte, if you want to join us. I can tell you, as we all know in this community, there are statues that perhaps don't really do the individual justice. We won't talk about which one. But I was a little concerned. I was a little stressed. I even had a sneak peek before we unveiled it today, I'm not going to lie, because I wanted to make sure it was perfect. But really those concerns were for naught, because Carlos Enrique poured his heart into this. He poured his passion. He researched it. He tells me it's the only one of its kind in that particular fashion of how Reagan's standing. But he did such an amazing job that we wanted to provide him with a certificate of appreciation on behalf of all of FIU for doing such an amazing job.
As Cubans would say, se la comió.
Thank you. And with that, I again just want to thank you all for being here. So excited that I get to drive in and
that event coming to an end there on the campus of FIU. I think I heard a little shade from the FIU president, Jeanette Nunez, the former lieutenant governor, maybe throwing some shade at the Dwayne Wade statue outside the Kaseya Center that's gotten a lot of criticism, from people saying it doesn't look like Dwayne Wade. So she did mention some of the statues in that community that don't necessarily look like their likeness. So I don't know, read into that what you will. But the Ronald Reagan statue unveiled on FIU's campus. And Governor DeSantis did speak at that event just moments ago. Let's go ahead and listen to some of his remarks that he said spoke during the ceremony. So this was just a little bit ago. So we heard the end of that ceremony live. Now I'm going to take you back to the beginning of it here. Former Lieutenant Governor Jeanette Nunez, again, now the FIU president, introducing Governor DeSantis, who spoke at that event just a few moments ago.
Governor Ron DeSantis. It is truly a pleasure to have you all here on this momentous occasion for FIU. And it's a little cold. I know the governor said he's going to take care of that starting Monday. Unfortunately, we couldn't figure it out for today, but it's a beautiful day. And I would like to welcome the governor to share some remarks as we kick off this momentous occasion. Thank you, Governor.
Thank you. Well, good morning. It's great to be back at FIU. I'm really excited about today's unveiling. You know, I just want to say there's been a little bit of controversy. You know, our education commissioner, Stasi Kamutzis, who some of you know, Miami bred. You know, we were on a little restaurant stop in Tampa at a Cuban restaurant, and he was eating the Cuban sandwich with salami on it, and he really liked it. I don't know if he's converting. I don't know what's going on. So I'm just telling you guys, you guys are going to have to do something because he may be drifting away from the Miami upbringing. But no, we're excited to be here. We've really, more than any other state by far, led on this issue of commemorating America's 250th birthday. We were able to do, I got this beautiful George Washington statue from Mount Vernon that we were able to put in the Florida Capitol, and it's still there now. We've put statues of founding fathers in the counties with their namesake. So Ben Franklin's now in Franklin County, Jefferson County. I'm going to bring James Monroe down to the Florida Keys soon. Hopefully it'll be warmer down there than it is today here. And we're going to do all that. But then we also said, you know, part of appreciating the founding principles of America and what our Constitution and Declaration of Independence represents is also to recognize people that have exemplified those ideals throughout the 250 years of American history. And so we're doing that. We're going to do Frederick Douglass and St. Augustine where he spoke. We've got other things on the horizon. But here on the birthday of our 40th president, Ronald Reagan, it's very appropriate to be able to recognize his leadership and his contributions here at FIU at the Ronald Reagan House. And it's a very nice house that they have here. And so I want to thank the chairman of the board, Carlos Duarte, for funding this statue. It's an amazing statue, and it's going to be something that's going to be very, very powerful. And I think, you know, so why do it in Miami? Well, there was nobody, certainly at that time, who was stronger against communism than Ronald Reagan. And that meant there was nobody more popular in Miami at the time than Ronald Reagan, because you had so many people that really had, the wounds were still fresh from the Castro takeover of Cuba and all the destruction that they wrought. And Reagan was very strong against communism. He built up our military, stared down the Soviets, but he also had a way to just show how absurd communism was and Marxism-Leninism. And he used to tell a story about, there was a fella, you know, that went into a car dealership during the days of the old Soviet Union, and he said he needed a car and was telling about, and then the clerk's like, okay, yeah, this, that, okay, come back in 7 years, you know, February 4th, 7 years from now. And then the guy was like, morning or afternoon? And the clerk's like, well, what difference does it make? It's 7 years from now. He's like, because I have my plumber coming in the morning that day. And it just shows you how at war human nature communism was. It was never going to work, but it was really just something that was used by power-hungry dictators to be able to justify their misrule and their oppression of their own people. And Ronald Reagan always stood firmly against that. And, you know, we wouldn't have seen the Berlin Wall fall and the Soviet Union expire when we did were it not for President Reagan's leadership. And so I'm excited to be here. This is a very fitting tribute to a great American, somebody that loved this country and really appreciated the ideals that make us so unique. So I think, are we going to go up and let her rip? Okay, let's go do it.
If everyone would like to join us in front of the statue, we're going to unveil the Ronald Reagan statue.
And with that, the statue of Ronald Reagan unveiled on the campus of Florida International University in Miami. That unveiling ceremony wrapping up just a few minutes ago. Heard remarks from Governor DeSantis, the state Secretary of State, as well as several others in that ceremony. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We have much more to get to on Fox Local and YouTube, so keep it right here, and we will be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here. Thanks for joining us on this Friday morning. Thank goodness we are almost to the weekend. It has been a long week, and think of where we started too, when it was freezing cold. And now we are heading into a beautiful weekend. You probably want to get out and enjoy it, and there are a lot of good options and ways to do that. So we are going to bring in our friends from UNation with our Community Crossroads here. We've got Ashley Edwards, Content Execution Manager, and Sarah Barkley, Social Coordinator with UNation. How are y'all today? We appreciate you joining us.
Hey, Garrett. We are so excited to be back and just really celebrate in the warm weather that is returning to Central Florida. It's about time, and we have so many ways that you can get out and celebrate.
And so talk to us, because we know Mardi Gras kicking off at Universal. Always so much fun.
Yeah, Mardi Gras is honestly the best time of the year to get that annual pass to Universal if you're local to Florida, because they have an amazing Mardi Gras concert lineup, parades, and great food. We do kick it off a little bit early in Florida. There's us enjoying that parade. It was so much fun. You can actually sign up to be in the parade, so if you want to try that out, that's a great experience. But we do kick it off. Fat Tuesday is officially February 17th. But if you're looking to do something this weekend and you have an annual pass or you want to buy a ticket, tomorrow Cascade's going to be performing live. And then we have a couple more huge artists coming up every single weekend, like Portugal the Man, Ivy Queen, Joey Fatone, RuPaul, Shaggy, Tyler Hubbard, BB Rexa, Zed, Bare Naked Ladies, and the All American Rejects. So if you like any of those artists, get your annual pass right now. It makes it so worth it. You get a ton of free concerts, plus of course theme park admission, and you get to see everything there is to offer for Mardi Gras.
A solid lineup there too.
Yes, All American Rejects, like, okay, I'm gonna be there. I'm gonna have to be.
Yeah, you can't go wrong with that. There is no doubt. And that is just the start of things. I want to give a live look right now at Lake Eola, where another big event going on tomorrow, Ashley.
Paws in the Park is back for its 32nd year. And this is actually the largest pet festival in the country. So we have it right here in Orlando. It is incredible. a pet-friendly event that you come and bring and celebrate dogs, all benefiting Pet Alliance of Greater Orlando, a cause that's near and dear to my heart. I had one of my really good friends adopt her pup from there and bring them to this event. It is it's so much fun. It is this Saturday, the 7th, from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. at Lake Eola, like you just showed. They have their iconic pet costume contest with prizes and celebrity judges. Keep your eye out for my favorite costume. Every year, I see the same Pomeranian driving a little pink Jeep, and it is fabulous. Be on the lookout for her. She's an icon. They're also going to have adoptable pets on site and other adoption opportunities. So if you're wanting to bring another furry friend into your house, another great option to do it right here in Central Florida. They also have a brand new agility course, a lure course, and some more doggy sports, so you can really go and get your pet active and then bring them home for a nice little rest. They have over 100 pet-friendly vendors and food trucks and a beer garden for, the pet parents. So pet-friendly activities all day long, plus family-friendly events. So this is really perfect for you and your family and your pups.
Yeah, and I love that it's like the biggest one in the country. That's wild. That's great.
It's insane. I didn't realize that. I knew it was big. I love this event. I go every year. I didn't realize it was that big, which just makes me love it, honestly, even more.
Yeah, and for a great cause, as you point out there as well. All right, we know it is a huge weekend. Give you a live look right now. Levi's Stadium ahead of the Super Bowl kicking off on Sunday. We've been seeing so many planes taking off and landing from this view as well. It is going to be huge. It always is. And y'all have a lineup of good places to watch the big game this weekend.
Yeah, some of the top ones to go to. We highly recommend checking out Fast Break Sports Bar if you're located kind of in that Williamsburg iDrive area. This is located inside the Hilton. The one that's showing right now is a different one inside the Caribe Royale. That's Stadium Club. That one's going to be a lot of fun. That is a 360 view. They're going to have a buffet with that one, unlimited drinks, great premium food. But with Fast Break Sports Bar, it's going to be a little bit more of a chill vibe there. You can get your tickets online at UNation. That one's going to be from 6 to 10 p.m. Next, right there showing is Altira Pool and Lounge. That one is located inside the Grand Bohemian Hotel in downtown. This is a rooftop pool bar. It's going to be starting at 5 p.m. This is a luxury kind of pool bar area. You can get outside, enjoy that little bit of warmer weather. Still highly recommend bringing a blanket so when the sun goes down, you can kind of enjoy the sunset, enjoy the views of downtown. This pool bar is just so much fun. We had great cocktails when we were there and we visited. So if you're looking for more of that upscale vibe, definitely check out this one. And then the last one we have is we actually have two more. So we have a free one at Sunset Walk that is pet friendly, kid friendly, and it's first come, first serve. You cannot bring food or drinks while you're there, but don't worry, they've got you covered. There's a ton of restaurants to try at Sunset Walk. This one's in Kissimmee. That's going to be happening starting at 2 p.m. all the way until 11 p.m. So live music, food and beverage specials, and street performers. And then again, if you like crowds, we recommend Disney Springs. Get there a little bit early, around 4:30, to secure that seating at CityWorks. They're going to be having a huge big game kickoff party. Insider tip, recommend sitting at the bar. That's going to be the best views. They have great large screens to catch the game. Again, get there early, and if you can, get a reservation on the Disney app for groups 4 or more, because it is going to be super packed at Disney Springs this weekend.
The Super Bowl is one of those things. It's just so much more fun, I think, to watch it with other people.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, this is like the highlight of February, to be honest.
Yeah, it's big.
I mean, y'all are going for the Super Bowl. I'm ready for Bad Bunny. I'm sitting down for the Bad Bunny concert is what I'm preparing for.
There you go. You can be singing right along with a bunch of other people at those Super Bowl watch parties. A lot of good options there. We are also getting closer to Valentine's Day, and we know a lot of good options for folks out there. Might want to do a little planning for that coming up. What do you have for us?
We definitely recommend making your Valentine's Day plans early. There's going to be no last minute planning here, but don't worry, we have a list of restaurants that are perfectly romantic, no matter where you are in Orlando, that you can call or go online and make reservations at. So if you're looking for a very rustic Italian, you want to be transported right to the Amalfi Coast, head to Simply Capri in Winter Garden. They have really, really great authentic Italian dishes. Love their tiramisu. Get their tiramisu. It is absolutely gorgeous in there, perfect romantic setting. And yes, basically you're at the Amalfi Coast. What can be more romantic than that? There's also Canvas in Lake Nona. That's what we're seeing right here in this video. It's more contemporary American. It's nestled right in the heart of a Lake Nona neighborhood. It's very, very cutesy, beautiful, beautiful lakefront views with great American food. You also have to snap a picture at their beautiful stained glass window house. That is just an Orlando staple icon at this moment. She's the moment. And we also have Hillstone Restaurant. If again, you want more intimate, romantic, but still lakeside views, classic, modern, upscale American cuisine. They have really great burgers at Hillstone, highly recommend. And the experience is actually catered to intimate parties of two, which makes it a perfect date night for Valentine's Day.
Yeah, a lot of good options, and you've got more for us too, Sarah.
Yes, so Corner Chop House was just showing on the screen. That is also going to be super romantic. Think dry aged steaks, seafood, market fresh produce, and then they have small plates meant for sharing. So it's perfect for that little romantic date night. There's also Bull and Bear, which is going to be a upscale dining experience located in the Waldorf Astoria in Lake Buena Vista. It is named one of the top 100 restaurants in the United States by Open Table. So this is going to be a little bit harder to get in. So get that reservation ASAP if you can. Again, it's another steakhouse. They have fried chicken, pasta, and more. So if you're not a big meat eater and you still want that upscale vibe, this is going to be a great spot. You can also sit in their dining room, which gives you private club atmosphere vibes. And then there's going to be stunning views overlooking the resort's pool and golf course. And then finally, my favorite, 60 Vines. This is going to be more of a laid-back restaurant. They have over 60 wines that you can try from their sustainable wine on tap system. So you can try different wines, get wine flights, and if you know what you want, go for it. They also have tappy hours, so if you're not able to make it on Valentine's Day, you can go Monday through Friday from 3 to 6 p.m. at their bar and lounge. They have $3 off 5-ounce pours of select wines, $3 off specialty cocktails. They have espresso martini brews, and $2 off those shared plates. It's another place to share great food. The pasta is amazing. I highly recommend.
All right. So like you said, though, you want to make those plans early. You don't want to wait until the last minute because everyone is going to be looking for reservations and things to do.
Exactly. But if you guys are looking for more Valentine's Day plans, maybe dinner's not your thing, you want activities, maybe you want to explore more events that are happening this weekend, not necessarily Valentine's Day, don't worry, we got you covered on YouNation. Just download the free app. We'll tell you everything you need to know around plans this weekend, Valentine's Day, and beyond. And if you're looking to connect more with us in real time, you can follow us on social media at Stuff to Do in Orlando.
Right. Ashley Edwards and Sarah Barkley from YouNation, we appreciate you joining us. Always enjoy talking with you on these Fridays for our Community Crossroads.
Thank you, Garrett.
Thank you for having us.
We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back with more Fox 35 News Plus after this.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Friday morning for a few more minutes at least, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. Let me give you a live look at Kia Center, where last night the Orlando Magic bounced back with a win against the Brooklyn Nets. It was 118-98, a big win, their first game after the quiet trade deadline. We talked about that yesterday with Sean Green. We'll hear more about that from Magic officials coming up in a little bit. But a big win last night for the win, including a first career triple-double from Jalen Suggs, who stepped up big on the court. We heard from him. We also heard from head coach Jamal Mosley after that game last night.
You know, just how did you feel your group responded to that challenge and setting the tone against the Nets?
No, I thought they did a great job of doing that, starting the game off, holding them to 19 points in the first quarter, knowing that we set the tone with our defense. And that's what these guys did. There was a seriousness to them, a level of focus, knowing what we needed to do, because we've been with this team before and we've had big leads and we've given it away.
Was there something said different or done different, or what did you feel that was different from the last time you guys played them? You had a big lead and it went to overtime. So what was different?
Oh, you learn from your experiences. You can walk into the huddle and say, hey, we've been here before when it was 19. We've been here before. They come down, get a quick basket. You take a timeout, remind them again. Like, this is what this team is capable of doing. When they find that three-point shot and they start playing fast, that's how they get back in the game. And so our guys recognizing that, being reminding each other, the coaches reminding them, we have to take the game as serious until that horn goes off.
You mentioned kind of setting the tone. The guy who sets the tone for this team's defense has always been Jalen Suggs.
Yeah.
To have the game that he had, first career triple-double, what does that mean for you and for this team to see him fill up the box score like that? And how close does he feel like back to 100% after coming back?
Yeah, I thought he was great tonight. I really do. His energy, his poise, his focus on the defensive end, getting guys involved, making the easy play. There was a point in the game that I just saw him after he made the pass to the corner. It was beautiful basketball because he just came down with such a level of poise just to find the easy, simple pass for guys. And I think that's what he's capable of doing. Obviously we know what he can do defensively, but his ability to get guys involved is really special.
Does it feel, I know he's kind of been working his way back from that injury. Does it feel like he's kind of back to 100% yet, or kind of at full go?
I think it's going to be ongoing. I think that's just what, feeling it out game after game. Obviously he bumped it one game and then comes back, and today was just watching it and monitoring it to make sure he was good. But he had such a level of focus to him and a seriousness about him, and the way he approached his game tonight, it was great.
Coach, you kind of talked earlier about the human element of everything that went into, Tyus's departure, but you also said that team has to come out and get ready for a very good Brooklyn team. How proud of you of this group are you in terms of their ability to overcome those emotions and execute a good performance?
I really think that says more than anything, and that's a great point. That human factor does take a toll, and understanding that they just, one of their brothers moved on, and I think them having the recognition of that, but also knowing that they had a job to do on the court tonight. They celebrated each other. They played the right way. Us being able to have 32 assists, holding them under 100 points, that is a big mark for this group right now.
Coach, that was my question. 32 assists, 24 for your top 4 ball handlers, only 13 turnovers. Why did the ball zip around so good tonight?
And we continue to make the point of emphasis. When this group touches the paint and sprays it out, we give ourselves a chance. I mean, we even got a shot clock violation on a couple of them because we were trying to share the basketball. And it's incredible that you have 32 assists and you shoot 9 for 32 from 3. And so focusing on the defensive end of the floor is the key for this group, moving forward. And that's what it has to be. And then being able to share the ball the right way, it has to be a staple of us.
Kind of building on that, to have 14 steals, 11 blocks, more than 10 of each of those categories. Is that just a signal of the kind of activity and seriousness that you saw defensively? And then how do you replicate that moving forward? Because that seems to have been the issue this year.
Like I said before the game, it starts with our front line, those guys in the front court. Those guys are in our back court, being able to get into the basketball, pressure up, make sure those guys aren't comfortable throughout the game. And then our bigs were up at the level. I think AB did a fantastic job on Porter Jr. I think he was chasing him all over the place. The bigs did a great job of helping out, but it starts with those guards being able to pressure up and make other teams' guards very uncomfortable.
You talked about how important it was to get off to, a strong start. How did you feel your group responded to that challenge and set the tone early against the Nets tonight?
I thought we did a really good job. Everyone was focused today. Everyone was locked in. Obviously, there's a heaviness around today, but I think we did a good job in rallying together, picking each other up internally, and keeping everybody locked in on the task at hand. And I think it showed. We didn't waver much. Our energy was consistent throughout. Our effort and intentionality, playing hard and moving the ball was, there throughout the game. And these are the results of it. So, it's nice to have nights like this and, to reset the standard of what you can be and, have something to look back on that you can try and replicate and beat night in and night out.
Jalen, this was your first career triple-double. What does that mean to you, and just what was working from shooting to passing to everything that went in tonight?
It's nice when you just get this big guy the ball and spins off a guy, it gets on the rim. It gives me free buckets. So
You're talking about me?
I'm talking about you,
Get on the rim is I'm not sure.
To be honest, I don't even be getting into individual accomplishments and stuff like that. I'd be liking to win, but it is pretty special. Knowing my big brother left today, we just spoke a lot about this. How we can attack and be intentional. About getting this. And just playing great basketball and trying to impact the game in so many ways. Can not only lead to good games, but for wins. And just help our team keep growing. So, yeah, this was an honor. T-Stones, I ain't gonna lie.
Mo, Jalen talked about kind of resetting the standard. Like, how vital is it for you to come in off the bench and kind of help keep that energy up that Jalen usually starts at the beginning of games?
Well, I don't think it's my job to evaluate how vital it is. I wouldn't have the audacity to put it there. It really doesn't matter. We just need to play with a spirit. I think in the past years, that's kind of been our MO, playing hard, playing with energy, regardless of the circumstances. And losing is not fun. The mood is not great when you lose, and you got to start at some point, like kind of trying to turn it around. And rotations, X's and O's, and all that stuff doesn't really matter. You just gotta kind of figure it out. It wasn't all great today. We made a lot of mistakes. We're gonna clean it up. We're gonna work on it. Got to keep pushing. But I think our spirit has to be always great. And we have to get better and mature in that regard.
Jalen, on such a hard night with Tyus departing, how important is this Orlando crowd to be with you, and what does the city of Orlando mean to you?
It's super vital. You look at the best teams in the league, and anytime you go into their building, you hear their fans. They rally around them. It makes runs that much more difficult to answer. And you just play with an elevated boost in confidence and flow. So they mean the world. Not only to me individually, I've expressed that, and they know that, but to us as a whole. These years are long. They're not easy. We're imperfect human beings too. But I think having them stick with us, knowing that they continue to love and cheer us on, through every up and down. Man, like I said, it really does give you a sense of confidence. It makes you love being back at home, and especially going down the stretch of the season. We are all one, it's everyone in, and that's not only in this building, it's the city included. So, city knows they got my love, that everybody loves, to play here and to live here. So, they mean the world to us.
Jalen, Coach Mose earlier talked about how this was a tough day and the human element of Tyus' departure. For you, obviously, you guys had a strong connection. How difficult was it for you to flip that switch coming into tonight, but also how important was it to galvanize the group in the wake of an emotional day?
Yeah, I'm still hurting. I ain't even gonna lie to you. Like I said, bigger than hoop on that one. I've been around him and his family since before even all this, was a reality. I'm watching him hoop and trying to chase his legacy, in the path that he blazed. So, like I said, he knows I love him. But as this guy to our left, to be honest, I didn't have much energy today my heart was heavy, and he sent a group message to all of us, and a very heartfelt one, on how to rally together, how to continue to build, and down this backstretch of the season, how we can elevate and continue to chase greatness, and be excellent. So I'm heavy. I know a lot of people are, but I think Mo deserves a lot of credit, for picking us up, putting us in the right mindset. I know it put me in the right mindset to come out and, regardless of feeling, come accomplish the task at hand. So.
Mo, how much more in a rhythm are you starting to feel, and what is the process like of reestablishing that kind of chemistry and rhythm with the second unit?
I mean, the tricky part is that it's not linear. That's, I think, is the hardest part. You can have good games, you can have bad games, but I'm still in the process of, gaining momentum. I still gotta accumulate reps. So my days are full. My recovery protocol is huge. My confidence is still not at a point where it used to be. This injury is heavy, man. It's a really long process, and it takes a long time. So I have a lot of respect for that and put a lot of work in. But at the same time, it's also, you try to not make it about yourself. You just show up every day, try to bring the right spirit, even though it might not feel the same as it did a year ago. And you kind of push through the wall and go with the days and try to win games.
So we will see how the Magic do again 7 o'clock tomorrow night, hosting the Jazz in their next game. All right, we want to know where you are watching the Super Bowl. We just talked with Community Crossroads, our friends at U-Nation, just a few minutes ago, and they gave us some great ideas for Super Bowl watch parties going on around Central Florida. Where do you plan on watching the Super Bowl? And we also give you a live look right now at Levi's Stadium ahead of the big game kicking off on Sunday. Are you a house party person? Are you watching it at home, going out to a bar or a restaurant, or do you not plan on watching? That's fine too, whatever floats your boat, but we want to know what your plans are for the Super Bowl. You can scan the QR code that you see on your screen right now and let us know. You can also go to fox35orlando.com/vote and let us know that way. We see the votes already coming in. House party, it looks like our first selection there. So go ahead and vote. We're going to leave this up for a minute as we get ready to go to break here on Fox 35 News Plus. So let us know where you're watching the Super Bowl. We'll check back in on this coming up in just a little bit. All right, where are you watching the Super Bowl? It looks like the vast majority so far saying out at a bar or restaurant, about 2/3 planning on that. And then we are kind of split pretty evenly between a house party, just watching at home, or not even planning on watching. So I'll give you a live look right there at Levi's Stadium, where the Seahawks and the Patriots will face off on Sunday afternoon. And we know it is not just all about the game. A lot of eyes on the commercials as well, because of all the money that companies pour into that 30-second spot, maybe a little bit longer, but the 30-second spot in many of these cases already getting a lot of attention. Some of them posting these online on social media, getting some buzz already. And Larry Metter, CEO and Chief Strategy Officer with Evoke Advertising, was on Good Day Orlando earlier today to break down some of the commercials that we have already seen make their debuts ahead of Sunday's big game.
Yeah, usually on Monday, but you know, one of the things that we talked about this year is the ads are just coming out sooner and sooner, and the debuts are happening online, and so consumers are kind of they're whetting their appetite for what's going to come in the game. You
Right,
know? So
and what I like about that too, Larry, is that then when the ad comes up, everybody's like, "Oh, this is the one I really like. Let's watch." Right? So
I love it when they say, "Oh, that's not quite the version I saw," because they throw in a little bit. So that's good. Yeah.
So Pepsi has been losing the war against Coke for a while now, right? And they're really trying to make a comeback with this ad. It's super cute. We're going to go ahead and take a peek at this one. So this ad is great. So this is, of course, the iconic Coca-Cola polar bear, right? That is basically doing a blind taste test.
Sure.
He discovers that he actually likes Pepsi more.
Sure.
And then he's on the couch with the therapist. He's look at him. I mean,
Wouldn't
bless
you
his
be?
sweetheart. He's really torn up about it. This is a great ad.
Yeah, the juxtaposition of really what one would consider probably the two most iconic campaigns for brands, with Pepsi with the challenge, and then you have Coke with the bears, and they're clashing here. And, you know, online you hear people say, "They're taking my bears, they're stealing my bears." But I think that Pepsi just showed that poking a little fun, and it's good. And Pepsi's been struggling, you know. Coke's, you know, held the #1 seat, and Dr. Pepper's starting to overtake Pepsi, so they need a fight.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know?
And it's one of those things, too, where a lot of times you're not going to change somebody's opinion, but you know what? Maybe a good ad would sway somebody, right? You never know.
It's good to
All right, so
sway the bears.
Yeah, this next one is a Pringles ad, and they're using some celebrity for this one, right? So we're going now from a cartoon to a big-time celebrity. Let's go ahead and take a look.
I'm so tired of boys. I need a man. Pringle Leo.
Oh my gosh, I love this one. And this one is hysterical. I watched the whole thing yesterday with Jamie and I were in the newsroom. We were just hollering. This is a great ad. It is one of those ads that it's like, it looks like a film, like a movie produced ad, right, Larry?
Yeah, and I think the thing is, you know, we talk about brands that are bold enough to bring on a celebrity, and you wonder, like, you know, is that celebrity well liked or not? Is it going to resonate with your audience? And Sabrina Carpenter has great crossover, and you know, my daughters are 20 and 22. They love Sabrina Carpenter. My wife loves Sabrina Carpenter. She's not 20 and 22, but she's close. She looks it. So I think that the brand makes a bold choice by getting celebrities in there, and you're seeing it across the board. You're going to see a lot of celebrities this year.
When I see an ad like this, I think, how much money must have spent, right? Because it really does have that film quality, right? We're talking millions and millions of dollars.
Yeah, in our industry, you'll call it production value. Like, what is the production value? And that's the difference between production cost and production value. And so, look, brands are spending a lot of money. They're spending $8-10 million on running these ads in the Super Bowl, so they're investing a lot in the production as well. But yeah, the cinematography on this spot is really, really good.
This last one we just want to mention because we've run out of time, but the Budweiser ad is really good. It's a Clydesdale and an eagle, and you were just saying that your wife thinks that Budweiser routinely hits it out of the park.
Every time.
Yeah.
Every time. I can't think of a really bad one, you know, from them playing football to whatever they're doing, and, you know, the puppies, and Budweiser just finds a way to make it happen. My wife told me the other day, I bring my wife this morning, but she told me the other day that she heard that there was no AI in this spot.
What, really?
Which
I don't know.
I don't believe the social media trend on that one. But, I think a lot of the spots are picking up AI and doing the best they can to really bring the viewer into their world, their brand world. And Budweiser does it great here.
All right, so a lot of those are just some of the ads that you may have already seen getting some buzz. Some that I've seen on social media are the Claude AI, very clever commercials, so I'm going to be watching for that one. You can also still vote in our poll right now. Where are you watching the Super Bowl? Is it a house party? Are you watching at home, watching out at a bar or restaurant, or do you not plan on watching? Well, chefs Mike and Kara Rumplick from Naughty Lobster were also on Good Day Orlando this morning. They showcased some of the seafood at their restaurant and something that they are offering, a 2-foot-long lobster roll that you might want, especially if you're cheering for the Patriots. Certainly fits with the New England theme. They showed us how they make it and all about it just a little bit ago on Good Day Orlando.
And we want to talk about this lobster roll because not only is this lobster roll the most amazing, feast on the planet, it's so good. It has also gone viral. And there are people who come to your restaurant from not just across the country, but around the world. What are some of the places people have come, Chef Mike, to feast on this?
I always tell the story. We had a guy come in from Switzerland. He saw the video in Switzerland, came and brought his friends from Lake Mary and brought them over to us. 3 times.
He's been in 3 times. That is amazing. So there must be something about these lobster rolls. What do you think makes a good one?
Well, this is our lobster roll. It's a 2-foot lobster roll. We toast it on both sides, get it nice and toasty.
Yummy.
Give it a little shot in the oven, give it nice and crisp, and then some nice hydroponic bib. And then over here, then we dress it with either a Connecticut, which is a warm lobster roll.
Ooh.
We take the meat and we poach it with a little bit of butter and sherry wine.
I love it. Are you going to make one for us?
And this one here is our New England. We use a double egg, mayonnaise, some celery salt, some dill, and some parsley in there.
Oh my goodness! Yeah. One of the crazy things about this lobster roll is that people use it as an eating challenge, right? And
they do?
So you'll have people who come in and one person will try to eat. Wow. It seems crazy to me, Kara, but have you seen one person eat that entire roll?
We actually had a father and son come in with their family. They each ordered one to see who could, and the father actually won. The son ate all but maybe a little bit, but we've had people come in and eat the whole thing by themselves. In most cases, it's 2 to 4 people that share it.
I would think,
But it's also a perfect thing for a Super Bowl party, a baby shower, anything like that, because it's we've had tables of 8 or 10 people order it as an appetizer for their table, too.
So this is the first time I've seen it, and I'm blown away.
In person.
It's gorgeous. Yeah. So I have to ask, what does it feel like to have this type of following, this kind of response to your food?
It's crazy. It's very exciting. When somebody comes in and they said, they came in from Fort Lauderdale just for the lobster roll. That's kind of.
And can I tell you how much I love the name? It's a great name.
The Naughty Lobster.
The Naughty Lobster. Okay, so are you going to make a little something for us here? Okay, I'll go get
That's okay.
Tell us what you need.
Yeah, you tell us what you need off the cart, and we'll grab that. And in the meantime, Chef Mike, talk to me a little bit about your history. You've been in Orlando a long time. I know you worked under Harris Rosen for many, many years before coming to start your own restaurant. Tell me what that was like for you to be able to just have that experience before starting your own restaurant.
It's very exciting. He's a wonderful man. The hotel is a 1,500 room hotel. There's many restaurants around it. It was very exciting.
Yeah.
To work with him, to be mentored by him. It was very, very cool.
Wow. And so how long has this restaurant been in existence now? How long has Naughty Lobster been around?
We've been here about 4.5 years now. We're babies.
4.5 years, and you guys have gone viral. I mean, millions of people around the world have seen the incredible work that you do at the restaurant. We talked a lot about the lobster roll, but you have other great things, and as they're bringing some of that over, tell me about some of the other things you brought. Are these moon pies?
These are my Aunt Peggy's whoopie pies.
Oh, whoopie pies! Oh my God!
What's in a whoopie pie?
Well, It's a chocolate and then with a nice light buttercream inside.
Can we taste them?
Absolutely, yeah.
Now, this is a family recipe, right? And this is something that is also on the menu. I mean, you guys make these fresh every day?
Yes.
Oh my gosh, amazing. And then what do you have over here on the ends? What is this? I want to try one of these, Mike.
These are our house-made chips.
Okay.
That comes along with the lobster, the 2-foot lobster roll, and we have got our remoulade. So for them.
That is absolutely delicious.
This is like if an Oreo is made by an expert chef. It's absolutely brilliant.
Well, yeah, that's.
Oh my God, the lobster's amazing.
Okay, here it comes. So Kara just went and got the lobster. Okay, so you said again, just real quick, Mike, you said this is Connecticut lobster, is that right?
No, the Connecticut is the warm one.
Oh, okay.
This is the New England.
This is the New England.
The double
What's the difference between the two?
Yep.
What's the difference between the two?
Well, one is warm.
And one is cold.
Cold.
Let's do it. Let's make this cold.
Okay, got it. Oh my gosh, these are so good.
So
as
you all are making this lobster roll for us, can you tell us how's it looking for Super Bowl Sunday for you guys? What are the orders like?
So we've gotten a few already. We do have what's called the Naughty Party Pack. So it's a 2-foot lobster roll, 4 orders of our chips, and 6 whoopie pies, and it's $185, which is really a good deal because the I'll switch places with it. The lobster roll right now, our market price is $175.
Oh wow!
Yeah. So, and we can do it cold or warm. We are closed on Sunday, so it would just be pre-order for pickup Saturday.
Can I tell you, I just tasted that lobster, you guys. The freshness, the quality, and you know how I am about the food. So that is like,
it's so good.
That is so
good.
darn good. Great
Do you guys have room for Valentine's Day, and do you take reservations?
We don't take reservations.
Okay,
first
so
come,
first come, first serve.
Yeah,
but if you want to give your sweetheart something really special for Valentine's Day, head over to the Naughty Lobster. They will be open. What are your hours, Carol?
11 a.m. and we take our last seating at 8:30.
8:30, and then that's every day of the week.
11 to 8, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. 11 to 8:30, Friday, Saturday.
Okay,
and we do have a great Valentine's package that's a 3-course menu, and this is one of the entree options. So you'll get a shared appetizer and dessert, and a 4-pound lobster, choice of 4-pound lobster, tomahawk steak, and twin tails for the 2-footer. So a lot of options for Valentine's Day. And we are offering it the whole week, the 10th through the 14th.
That's good. That's good.
So if you don't want to come out on Valentine's Day because it's too crazy, come visit us earlier.
Once again, the Naughty Lobster.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for having us.
And Kara, Mike working hard on making sure this next one looks just as beautiful as the first.
And it does.
How good does that look? I tell you what, I could probably eat about 2 feet of that. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll talk about some other news coming up in just a few minutes. But before we go to break, going to leave this poll up again for you to vote. Where are you watching the Super Bowl? We want to know. The gap has narrowed. A lot of you saying you don't plan on watching. More than a third now saying that. So let's leave this up for a minute here before we go to break. Let us know where you're watching the Super Bowl. You can scan this QR code. Just pull out your phone and scan it. If you're watching on a TV, if you're watching on your phone, just go to fox35orlando.com/vote and let your voice be heard. So thanks for watching Fox 35 News Plus. We'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi held a news conference earlier today with the FBI Director Kash Patel, also U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro, where they announced the capture and extradition of a suspect now charged in connection with the 2012 attack in Benghazi. That attack happened on September 11th of 2012 when the American embassy came under a terror attack. It killed 4 Americans. I want to play for you some of that news conference where we heard from Attorney General Bondi and the FBI Director speaking about this and the long road to justice in this case.
Morning. On September 11th, 2012, Americans watched horrified as our embassy in Benghazi came under a vicious terror attack. We lost 4 American lives that day. Ambassador Chris Stevens, Sean Smith with the State Department, and 2 CIA contractors, Glenn Doherty and Tyrone Woods. We have never forgotten those heroes, and we have never stopped seeking justice for that crime against our nation. In fact, from day one, Kash and Dan would sit in meetings and say, we're going to get them. And they did. Today, I'm proud to announce that the FBI has arrested one of the key participants behind the Benghazi attack. Zubair al-Bakash landed at Andrews Air Force Base at 3 a.m. this morning. He is in our custody. He was greeted by Director Patel and U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro. Hillary Clinton famously once said about Benghazi, "What difference at this point does it make?" Well, it makes a difference to Donald Trump. It makes a difference to those families. And 14 years later, it makes a difference to law enforcement who made the difference in this case. Thank you, President Trump, for supporting all of our agencies around the country and around the world. Al-Bakash will now face American justice on American soil. We will prosecute this alleged terrorist to the fullest extent of the law. He'll face charges related to murder, terrorism, arson, among others. Let this case serve as a reminder. If you commit a crime against the American people anywhere in this world, President Trump's Justice Department will find you. It might not happen overnight, but it will happen. You can run, but you cannot hide. We are immensely grateful to our partners, especially at the State Department and the CIA, who lost lives in the Benghazi attack. Director Patel and the FBI agents did tireless work to track and arrest this man. I want to thank everyone standing behind me, all the agents who work so great with our lawyers, with our national security lawyers, and around the world to bring this terrorist to justice. And I have a statement to read from Director Radcliffe. He wanted to be here. He couldn't be here. He's busy protecting our world. He's deeply grateful for the relentless efforts of the Department of Justice and the FBI to bring justice to the individual allegedly responsible for the death of Americans in the horrific 2012 Benghazi attack. CIA and the nation will never forget the extraordinary services and sacrifices of Tyrone Woods and Glenn Doherty, who gave their lives in defense of others and exemplified the very best of our agency. I'd now like to turn it over to Director Patel for remarks, and I again want to thank him for his relentless work in this case.
General, thank you. And I want to steal one of your lines. Never forget. Pam never forgot. The President never forgot. This FBI never forgot. And certainly U.S. Attorney Pirro never forgot. When an act of terrorism of this magnitude strikes at the heart of our nation, we go to work. President Trump has given us the full resources at the FBI and across the interagency to make sure we deliver justice. And Pam, you're right. Dan and I did sit down early on about this to bring justice, but you led the effort. You brought together the interagency. You said we are going to get this done because no one agency alone can do it. So we are thankful to have an Attorney General at the Department of Justice who works together with every single cabinet secretary and enforce the law. What you saw today, and I want to get, or what you're going to see today, I want to address in a minute, but I want to remind the folks out there the work of this Department of Justice. We were here just a few short months ago talking about how we were going to raise the RFJ for another violent offender on the run, Ryan Wedding. And what did we do under Attorney General's leadership? And what did we do when President Trump said, go get the worst of the worst? We captured him. We captured together, under President Trump's leadership, 6 of the FBI's most wanted fugitives in 1 calendar year. To put that in perspective, that is 2 more than the entirety of the prior administration. And you cannot do that alone at the FBI. You have to have an Attorney General and a Department of Justice willing to prosecute, willing to go to the 4 corners of the earth and make sure we deliver justice. And that's what we're doing here today. I was at the airfield with U.S. Attorney Pirro earlier this morning when we did the formal foreign transfer of custody of Bakush into U.S. custody to face prosecution under her auspices and her office. And the Department of Justice are going to execute justice for the fallen. As a young prosecutor at CTS, the National Security Division, I worked on the Benghazi case. This was very near and dear and personal to me. We lost 4 brave Americans in Chris, Sean, Kyle, and Steve. And we can never, ever, ever forget them. Ever. And we will not. In order to put something like this together, it doesn't happen overnight. The FBI's hostage rescue team, the FBI's critical incident response group, our special flight operations unit, and countless others, along with the agents in the New York field office who never forgot Benghazi and never let the world forget it, endured over a decade to bring yet another terrorist who killed 4 Americans to justice. That is a relentless pursuit of mission that can only happen when you have an interagency who's willing to get after it. I'm extremely thankful to the CIA and Director Ratcliffe and our other law enforcement partners for making sure that the world knows that if you kill an American citizen in an act of terrorism, we will hunt you down. We will bring you to justice, and you will face justice here in America, not in another court and not in any other proceeding around the world, but here. You killed our own, so we are going to take it to the streets to make sure you are held accountable. Once again, I'd really like to thank the entirety of the FBI, headquarters divisions. There are so many moving pieces to actually execute a foreign transfer of custody. And now we're talking about the 7th, the 3rd in just a couple of weeks. And I don't know if that has ever happened before in U.S. history. It's happening because President Trump backs the blue. President Trump has given law enforcement the resources we need to take the fight across the world. And the Attorney General has been relentless in her mission to make sure that these victims are remembered and that we bring them some semblance of peace by bringing those who killed their loved ones to justice. It's a little full circle for me. Yes, then Director Deputy Bongino and I did sit down and said, how are we going to get this guy? How are we going to find the individual responsible for the Benghazi attacks? And we sat down with Jeanine Pirro, and we sat down with the AG and her team and the Deputy Attorney General. And every single day, every single week, we talked about how we would do it. And we're here today because we have an interagency that is led by superior individuals who have one shared goal: protecting America and our lives and our future. And to any others out there who wish to do harm, especially commit acts of terrorism here and around the world, this is the feat you will meet. You will not be forgotten by us. We will chase you down. And it is a privilege and an honor to be the director of the FBI and come full circle for me, especially on this Benghazi case, especially with the families I know so well. And for me to you, the families, I just want to personally say, I continue to pray for you. I hope that we can give you a little bit of peace in the utmost difficult of times when you've lost loved ones. And I just want to thank President Trump for delivering that peace and that modicum of justice. Thank you, Attorney General.
Thank you, Director. Thank you, Director. And it's now my honor to introduce the woman who will be prosecuting this alleged terrorist, U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro.
Thank you, Attorney General. 14 years ago, Americans watched in horror as a scene unfolded in a foreign land, in one of the most dangerous places in the world for Americans, Benghazi, Libya. An American ambassador, elite military personnel, and a State Department employee were all violently murdered. For 13 hours, the American cavalry never came. For 13 hours, they waited for help that never came. Today, President Trump is making sure that American justice is coming for those individuals responsible for the deaths of those 4 Americans. Bakush is now on U.S. soil because of the President, Attorney General Pam Bondi, and Kash Patel. The FBI, the Department of Justice, never forgot. There are prosecutors in this room right now who have been in the office for 13 years and have consistently handled this matter in this case. This department will never forget the seemingly forgotten in that outpost in Benghazi. Bakush was first charged by complaint in 2015, which was sealed for 11 years. An indictment, an 8-count indictment, has been unsealed, and it charges Bakush with the murder of Ambassador Chris Stevens, the murder of State Department employee Sean Smith, the attempted murder of State Department Special Agent Scott Wickland, and conspiracy to provide materials for terrorists and support that resulted in the death of 4 Americans, as well as arson at the special mission. I don't have to go through all of the facts, but every one of us remembers this case. I reported on it when I worked at Fox. I had relationships, as Kash Patel just said, with the families. And last night, as soon as they were in custody, because of Pam and because of Kash, we had a limited unsealing order from Judge Cooper that allowed me to speak to the family members to let them know that justice was coming for Bakush. I spoke with Sean Smith's mother, who I've known for years and have communicated with for years. I spoke with Tyrone Woods' widow, Dr. Dorothy Woods. I spoke with Ambassador Chris Stevens' family, as well as Glenn Doherty's brother, Greg, as well as his widow. These were people who never expected that justice would be coming. They never knew about the determination in this room and behind me, and the incredible work of the FBI along this case for years and years, because this was something that mattered. The Benghazi saga was a painful one for Americans. It has stayed with all of us. And let me be very clear, there are more of them out there. Time will not stop us from going after these predators, no matter how long it takes, in order to fulfill our obligation to those families who suffered horrific pain at the hands of these violent terrorists. And now, I again want to tell everyone that American justice is here, that President Trump will make sure that the cavalry comes for Americans no matter where they are in this world. Thank you.
We'll take a few questions.
I'm looking, I have a on topic and an off topic.
Sure.
Tell us a little bit about how he was captured, where he was captured. Was he in jail for a while before? Was he at home? What can you tell us about how this all went down?
We're not going to give out a lot of the details, but I'm going to let Kash take what we can say.
The general's right. We have to protect the integrity of the investigation and the ongoing prosecution. That's of the utmost importance. It always is, to make sure even this individual receives the constitutional protections only afforded in the United States of America. But an FTOC, a foreign transfer of custody, is executed by the FBI each and every time with special tactical assets, FBI agents, and of course medical personnel. And that was done in this instance. And the individual was apprehended and transferred over the night and into custody early this morning at an airfield. And so that's about all we can say on that matter. But in order to maintain the chain of custody, this is what the FBI does, routine, every time. It's what we did for the 6 top 10 we already captured. It's what we did for the relentless others that we continue to capture.
Was he picked up in Libya?
He was picked up overseas.
So there was some more details from that news conference earlier today. Attorney General Pam Bondi, FBI Director Kash Patel speaking about the capture of the suspect in the Benghazi attack, now extradited to the U.S., where he will face his charges. We are going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We'll have a lot to get to, so keep it here on Fox Local and on YouTube, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. Let me give you a live look right now in Tampa along Dale Mabry Highway. You see Steinbrenner Field and Raymond James Stadium, and they could have a new neighbor in the near future. The Tampa Bay Rays releasing new renderings this week, some more details about their stadium plans on the Dale Mabry campus of Hillsborough College. A big price tag for this stadium, but exciting to see those renderings as this project moves forward. Going to bring in now Ryan Bass. He's the Tampa Bay Rays sideline reporter, joining us live now to talk about all this. Ryan, good to see you this morning, or this afternoon. We appreciate you joining us.
Good to see you too, Garrett. Yeah, it's certainly exciting, and it's going to be a nice compound over there. Hopefully, if and when this stadium starts to get worked on, shovels are in the ground, having Ray J, Steinbrenner Field, and of course, hopefully the Rays' new home right there on HCC's campus. Yeah, let's talk through these renderings first, because this is, I think has gotten some folks pretty excited to see all this. What do you make? What's your reaction to seeing this? Yeah, I mean, that's gorgeous, right? And I think this is exactly what the Rays envisioned in terms of their future home, having kind of a translucent roof that allows fans inside the comfortability of having the air conditioning, free-flowing air, but also seeing the beautiful outdoors of Tampa Bay. And this is going to be an intimate ballpark. 31,000 is the estimated seating capacity for this ballpark. Obviously, this comes with that mixed-use development area. I remember when Patrick Zalupski, the Rays' new primary owner, and the rest of his team, Bill Cosgrove, and of course the CEO of the Rays, Ken Babby, when they talked about their vision for a new stadium, and that was directive number one when they came on board as the new ownership group. They mentioned 100 acres of space and land. They want to build this around kind of the example of the Battery in Atlanta, right? That has not just a ballpark element to it. Now you have HCC's campus, which is going to be redeveloped, but of course the entertainment district around it. That is how the Rays envision this project moving forward. They've got an aggressive timeline. They want to be in this building for opening day in 2029. Obviously, that means things got to pick up speed here in terms of talks, agreements, and signing on the dotted line. But this is exciting for Rays fans, right? This is yet another stadium rendering space that we're seeing. Projects that have happened, both in Pinellas County and Hillsborough before haven't necessarily come to fruition. But with this ownership group in charge, with these aggressive plans in place, I think this is their best effort in getting a forever home in Tampa Bay. And these renderings are certainly beautiful and what could be to come here in just a few years on the Hillsborough side of the bridge.
You mentioned the capacity of the ballpark, 31,000. That would make it the smallest in the bigs. What do you make of that?
Listen, I think that's been the Rays' foray, right? They understand in terms of the marketplace how they want this baseball team and this atmosphere to be structured. And I think they learned a few things from Steinbrenner Field this past year too. Covering, almost all 81 games last year for the Rays on the sidelines there and getting the experience of Steinbrenner. Yes, it was outdoors. Yes, it was hot, but there was an intimacy feel to it. And it gave Rays fans an opportunity to be even closer to the action. And I know this intimate feel was a proposal prior to the Rays being at Steinbrenner when they had their, St. Pete ballpark in the gas plant district renovations and renderings there that have been proposed. This is an idea that has long been at the core of the Rays' proposals for a stadium, is making sure that they have that intimate, experience that only you can get, going to this ballpark that they proposed here. So I like it. I think fans are going to like it. You'll be right on top of the action. You get the opportunity to really experience baseball in a really unique way. And I think these plans, obviously, once they continue to come to fruition, it's going to be an exciting time in Tampa Bay to have this ballpark be front and center for this Rays organization as they build towards getting back to the postseason and ultimately, winning that World Series.
Let's talk about the location. Kind of having several of those, big stadiums there, kind of all in one place. What is that going to do to kind of the vibe and the atmosphere when it comes to game days?
Well, it'll create some more traffic on Dale Mabry, which already has a ton. That is for sure. If anybody from Orlando, by the way, went to UCF, spent a number of years in Orlando, so I drive on I-4 well. But if you come over here and you pull off Dale Mabry, you're going to a Bucks game or you're checking out a Yankees spring training game, it can get pretty crowded over there. So I think what will happen is, this will become a really sports destination complex. You think of some of the major cities in America, Philadelphia comes to mind, right? Where you've got a lot of those sports venues that are all compacted in one specific area. I think this is kind of the vision. Obviously the Rays, or I should say the Tampa Bay Lightning, are in Channel Side, but all within an area where you've got the four major sports franchises that are here in the area, right? USF not too far away off Selman and Fowler Ave. You've got an opportunity to have all of these franchises very close, very intimate with each other, all in one location. It becomes kind of a destination for sports in the Tampa Bay region. So love the area, love the idea of where they're putting this. I think it's in a great location, especially when you think of, for opposing teams, right? You get Tampa International Airport, which is right there, the executive airport with signature that a lot of those teams fly into. It's about a 5-minute drive to where this proposal is going to be. You've got, Water Street and the hotels down there, the JW, which a lot of the teams are now staying at when they come into town, even if they are playing at Tropicana Field. So it'll give a really good sports destination feel, and excited about what this compound could look like between the Yankee Spring Training Complex and, of course, the Bucks and the Rays.
And having that location, having those other things right there, having that the retail and all those kinds of things, that's been the vision, I think, has it not? Because that's been one of the knocks on Tropicana Field and the location in St. Pete.
I'll tell you, Garrett, I've been a St. Pete native since I moved to this area in 2012. And, my dad grew up in St. Pete, went to St. Pete High School. This area has significantly grown, right? The area around Tropicana Field, as it stands right now, you've got Ferg's, which is obviously a mainstay down there, but there's a lot of bars, restaurants, and destinations that have popped up around Tropicana Field. But I think what this particular project here and why I think Hillsborough County is such a destination for where the Rays want their future home to be is you've got, in terms of a 30-mile radius or a 50-mile radius, a lot more opportunity to bring fans to the ballpark. You've got an opportunity for those that are in Orlando that want to make the drive over on the weekend to check out a baseball game or a baseball series. You've got those that are down in Sarasota to make that easier drive, or in Polk County and Lakeland, right? This is, I think, is a little bit more centric for the Tampa Bay area in terms of attracting fans. And yes, when you talk about the vision that the Rays have and this new ownership group has, they want to build this around the specific destination locations. Like you've got the Battery in Atlanta, where it's not just you're coming to take in a baseball game, you're coming for an entire experience, whether it be before the game, after the game, where you can get a bite to eat with your family, where there's kid-friendly activities as well. This is where I think this project ties all of that together, where it can really become, a true destination spot, not just for the sports fan, but anyone that wants to really enjoy not just Rays baseball, but the entire area of Tampa Bay and some of the amenities that'll be included in this project. It really is, once shovels are in the ground, once terms are agreed upon, and once construction begins, it's really going to be an incredible project for the future of Tampa Bay and certainly for the future of Rays baseball.
And I love the vibes of it too. It certainly fits Tampa and the Florida. You get the vibes from that. Even the shape of the stadium kind of echoes that sunburst part of the logo. There's just a lot to like about the design and kind of the plans for this.
Yeah, I think, look, one of the attractive natures of this ballpark, and I think was the plans for the gas plant district in St. Pete, was having the ability to kind of get the outdoor feel, but being inside in the air conditioning. I could tell you firsthand experience of covering those 81 games at home last year at Steinbrenner. It was not fun to be in 100-degree heat watching baseball, right? It was truly cumbersome for a lot of fans to be out there. Now, granted, thankfully, didn't have one single cancellation from rain or weather last year. There were some delays, but certainly there wasn't anything better you could ask for from a Rays perspective playing at Steinbrenner. I think here with this ballpark, you've got the unique experience. I've had a lot of fans that have been reaching out on social media comparing it to SoFi Stadium out in California, right? In Los Angeles, where the LA Rams play. And if you look at the two ballparks similarly, it does kind of have that feel. I had a chance to go to SoFi to take in a Miami Dolphins and LA Rams Monday Night Football game at one time a couple of years ago. And the vibe was awesome, right? The experience of going in that ballpark, having kind of that stadium, having the indoor-outdoor feel, the open-air breeze. I think the Rays envision that with this ballpark. So you kind of get the best of both worlds, right? You get the Florida beauty and the Tampa Bay, sunshine and under the stars, of course, but then you also get the opportunity to be comfortable in the air conditioning, which I think is exactly what baseball fans here in Florida couldn't ask for anything better.
Seen some reactions from Rays fans who are maybe a little bit fatigued by this whole process. We know we have seen stadium renderings before for proposed new homes for the Rays. What makes this time different?
Yeah, listen, Garrett, you're preaching to the choir here, right? 2008, you had the Sale project down where Al Lang is. You've had Ybor. You've had, obviously the gas plant district. There's been a lot of different proposals and renderings that have, been presented by this franchise. But I think what makes this different this time, you've got a different ownership group here in charge, right? And I think the relationship between Patrick Zalewski and, of course, Governor Ron DeSantis here in Florida makes this even more attractive to push this proposal across the finish line. You've got the state's backing here, especially for the renovation of Hillsborough Community College, right? And that campus. I think that right there is a big selling point for why this could be different. You just feel the buzz, you feel the energy, and you feel the push around this. It has the feeling that it is different from the previous proposals. Now, I will say, right, the $2.3 billion price tag on this thing, Rays ownership has said that they're going to cover 50% plus, construction and cost overruns here. They're asking Hillsborough County to fund the rest. We'll see what happens as these negotiations move forward. Again, they signed the MOU, which does allow those conversations, those talks and negotiations to continue. I think that's a really important first step. And I believe in this group, again, led by Patrick, led by Ken Babby and Bill Cosgrove. You've got an ownership group here that I think has the wits about them to push this deal across the finish line. Despite the price tag, despite all of the headaches, for prior stadium deals that the Rays have floated, I do think this has the best chance and the best opportunity to move forward. I'm excited to see what the next year and 12 months has in store as they work towards a deal to try to get this thing realistically built and operational for the 2029 season or the 2030 season as the Rays hope to have their new home established.
Do you think that's a pretty ambitious timeline there? Do you think it's doable?
I do. Look, I think we're obviously into 2026 here. Realistically, there'd have to be something agreed upon and then worked on construction wise into 2027, early part of next year, to have this ballpark realistically built passing all the codes and open and ready for baseball in 2029, obviously would be March or April of 2029. So I do think it's realistic. It's an aggressive timeline, but don't count this ownership group out. Don't count the ambitions out of Ken, Patrick, and Bill, and what they want to establish here with this franchise and with this ballpark. Their vision here, look, everything, the entire renovation of that area, the entertainment district, that may not all be completed yet. But when it comes to the ballpark, the stadium, and where the Rays will play in 2029 and beyond, it's an aggressive timeline. But I think if negotiations can be had, and if there's something agreed upon in the next 6 months or so, I think we're well on our way to having that opening day be in that beautiful new ballpark come 2029.
Tampa Bay Rays sideline reporter Ryan Bass, we appreciate you joining us and sharing all that knowledge with us here on Fox 35 News Plus today.
Oh, it was my pleasure. Go Knights, charge on. Anytime you guys need me, I'm happy to come back on.
All right. Appreciate you, Ryan. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here. Thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon. What are your plans for the weekend? Does it include Mardi Gras at Universal? That is kicking off this weekend, and a lot of things to look forward to over the next few weeks as that continues. Joining us live now to talk about that, we've got Theron White, lead publisher of EYNTK.info, telling us everything we need to know about Mardi Gras at Universal. Theron, good afternoon.
Hello, the party is just about to begin at Universal, and there's a lot of exciting things coming up.
Yeah, I don't even know really where to start. The concert lineup, I mean, let's start there, I guess, because there are some big names on this.
There are. So Universal Mardi Gras is starting tomorrow on February 7th, and it's continuing through April 4th, but they're only going to do their concerts on select days. It's going to be on the Saturdays of each weekend, so you won't be getting a free concert every day. But there is going to be a lot of concert options coming up and some big names, like you said. Cascade, Portugal the Man, RuPaul is going to be doing a DJ set. We're going to have Zed and a bunch of others that are coming there. And this is included with your theme park admission. So if you're an annual pass holder, this is just part of your regular payments. Or if you're buying a ticket specifically for those days, you're going to be able to go and get a full concert experience included with your standard park admission. So you can go and enjoy some food, go on some of the rides, and then end your day with really a very energetic concert.
And that's just the start of it, though. So much that's available there, that offered for this Mardi Gras experience. Talk to us about the float experience there at Universal.
Riding on the floats is so cool. It's one of those things you really can't do at your average theme park. So not only can you go to Universal and see their Mardi Gras parade as it goes through the park, But if you sign up in the morning, or they even have a dining option, it's a $95 called Float Ride and Dine. It's a way for you to get onto those floats, and you get to be the one that's throwing the bead. You get to be in that energy. I myself did it a few years ago and again last year, and it is just so much fun. How often can you say that I went to one of the world's biggest theme parks and got to join the parade? You get to throw out hundreds of the necklaces and the beads, and it's just insanely energetic. I highly recommend that everyone try it at least once. There's a bunch of different float types. You can go out, you can see the energy in the park, and you kind of get a little bit of a backstage tour if you're a theme park nut like myself and kind of want to see how Universal does their operations for parades.
What a unique experience. What a unique point of view.
Oh, absolutely. You get to go through the park and see things you literally cannot see unless you're on one of those floats. Universal does a great job. They have like a safety video where they get to go in and tell you exactly what you're going to be expecting. They're going to put you into different groups, so you and a large group get to go on this float, because it's not just 1 or 2 people. It's usually 8 or 10 people per float. So you kind of get to meet other people, talk about your day, and then you get to throw this out. And I mean, the crowds are nuts. In the best way possible, the energy is there. The second you hold up a bead, you watch an entire crowd of anyone from any age freak out, scream, throw their hands in the air, and you kind of get to be a celebrity. And again, if you go early enough in the morning and sign up before they're full, this is part of the admission. You don't have to pay extra for it, but if you want to guarantee it, you can do that float ride and dine experience.
All right, now talk to us about the parade route, what people need to know about that.
Yeah, so it doesn't go through the entire park. Universal has a great description here. It's going to start over if you're near the horror makeup show, and it's going to take a left, go to the front of the park, go all the way through New York, and then towards the water when you're in the New York area. So it doesn't do the entire park. If you're somewhere over at the Simpsons or near the Harry Potter area, you won't see it, but it's going to be hard to miss when it's in the front of the park. Another positive, this is a long parade. There are a ton of floats going by, so don't feel like you need to be right at the front, or if you miss a little bit of it, you can find another spot. There is a ton of room for you to go around. I even really enjoy if you go and see some of the New York Center there at the top of this image. That's actually where they're going to have a lot of food booths. So if you're someone that wants to go, you can go and grab an option. You can go get some beignets, or you can go get a Bloody Mary and still have time to see some of the parade as it's going around you in basically every single angle. It makes the entire front of the park extremely energetic. And I think that's the best part. Universal says it's just a party going through the park, and I completely agree.
You mentioned the food. We've got to talk about the food. So many good options. What stands out to you?
Universal has actually released the entire lineup, so if you want to go and see the full menu, you can head to the Universal Orlando website, and they've got all that. But I listed some ones that I wanted to make sure people knew about. We've got the King Cake Espresso Martini, some Tres Leches, a Daiquiri Deck Drinks Bar is coming this year. There's also going to be some Chinese beef skewers, Brazilian cheese bread bites, a Bloody Mary bar, and a fried oyster po' boy. All of that sounds delicious to me.
Yeah, it sounds delicious to me too. And you can get a food and beverage card. What does that do?
Yeah, so you can actually go, and if you're a regular ticket visitor, if you want to just go, you can pay $75, or I'm sorry, you can pay $65, and then you get a $75 gift card and make about $10 there if you pre-buy a bunch of different food at once. But if you're an annual pass holder, it's even better. For $120, you get a $150 food card, and it happens every single year. I can't promise it happens this year, but every year it works. That gift card doesn't just work for Mardi Gras. You can keep that and have a food card that you can use throughout the year. So there's some people that'll go and buy multiples of these cards, and then you're just making $30 in food every single time you buy one. If you're an annual pass holder, that is a great discount to save yourself money if you already know you're going to buy a ton of food items, not just for this event, but maybe for Halloween Horror Nights or later in the year for Christmas as well.
That's a savvy way to do it.
If you're going to eat some food, you might as well save yourself some money, because you can go through these snacks really fast when they're this delicious.
Yeah, no doubt about that. As we're continuing to see some of the
Yeah.
items on display there, making my mouth water. There's no doubt about that. Now let's talk too about the tribute store.
Yeah, so every single season, Universal loves to do these tribute stores. If you've never been before, the amount of work that they put into these buildings is kind of astonishing. They will go and make it a totally original story every single time, where they'll take from some of their IPs and just kind of envelop you inside of this store. It's a store, it's not a ride, but just for this store, the amount of detail and the amount of merchandise that they'll do for it, it's another one of those things that seems maybe funny, but I recommend spending time and going through that store. Even if you know you're not going to buy anything Mardi Gras related, you can go and see the storyline. You can kind of learn a little bit more about what the story is they're trying to do. And it's a very cool place to explore, especially if you're in the Mardi Gras spirit. those tribute stores really feel like it's kind of something you're going through, and every single season that changes. So especially if you're a pass holder or a local that goes quite often, you kind of get to see them evolve and change throughout the years. The merchandise team that does that, the creative team that works with that, they put in a weird amount of effort, and I love it. I'm all for it, but the amount of effort they put down for a store that's there for a couple of months is fantastic. So go check it out and support it.
Now, let's widen our scope here a little bit, because it's not just Mardi Gras at Universal. There are a ton of great food and music options as well at a lot of the theme parks. It's a great time to be going to the parks around here right now.
That is absolutely correct. If you are a foodie and you're looking for some food or some special events, almost all of our theme parks are hosting something right now. The first one to mention is Legoland. They're currently doing Lego Ninjago weekends. That's going to end on February 15th, so you only have a little bit of time left to do it. But I went there just a couple of weeks ago, and they've got some of their ninja entertainment, and then they've got some ninja-related food as well. They've got their apple fries, and every time I go, it solidifies that is the best theme park dessert I've ever had, and for all of the seasons, they change that up. Seven Seas Food Festival is happening right now at SeaWorld, and they're also doing weekend concerts. Someone's coming up. They've got Smash Mouth, the Beach Boys, Soulja Boy, and a bunch of others. Same thing that's going to be included with your theme park admission. So you can go and get a bunch of different food there, and then you can end your night with some of these big concerts on the waterfront. Over at Epcot, their Festival of the Arts is ending on February 23rd. They, of course, are going to have a bunch of food as well. Some very unique food items where they kind of curate and make things that are very pretty to look at. You're still going to eat it, but it's pretty when you first get it. And then at night, they're going to have their Broadway shows as well. And last, but certainly not least, Busch Gardens is also doing their Mardi Gras event, and that is going to end on March 1st. A ton of food items in that park as well. So if you're a foodie, if you're someone that loves entertainment, now is a really fantastic time to visit some of our theme parks.
You had me at Soulja Boy at SeaWorld, I'll tell you that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be, if you want to go and see some of these concerts, I mean, really, if you look around at all of our theme parks throughout spring, eventually Disney's going to be bringing back the Flower and Garden Festival, and they're going to have some concerts for them as well. So, I mean, the next couple of months, if you love music, if you love live entertainment, if you love concerts, you really have some great options.
Now I'm afraid I'm going to go viral for that, and not for a good reason.
Well, I'll make sure to do the TikTok myself.
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate that. All right, so many good things to look forward to at the theme parks. Theron, we appreciate you joining us here to talk about that and tell us everything we need to know.
Of course, always happy to join.
We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Where are you watching the Super Bowl? That's what we want to know. at this hour. Let us know. Scan the QR code. Go to fox35orlando.com/vote and let us know. It looks like the plurality of you are now saying you don't plan on watching. That's about 38% saying you don't plan on watching. 27% say you're going to watch either at home or out at a bar or restaurant. And just 8% saying house party. No love for the house parties this weekend. So we want to know. Again, scan that QR code, pull that phone out and scan it if you're watching it on a TV. If you're on your phone, just go to fox35orlando.com/vote. Open up the Fox Local app. You can vote in there as well. So several different options, but let us know. Right now it's looking like many of you do not plan on watching the big game on Sunday. Well, let's talk a little more sports here with the Orlando Magic staying pretty quiet at the trade deadline. Again, that trade deadline was at 3 o'clock yesterday. The Magic did make one move on Wednesday night. That was trading Tyus Jones and 2 draft picks to the Charlotte Hornets. That got them under the luxury tax. We heard yesterday from the president of basketball operations, Jeff Weltman, who talked a little bit more about the strategy for the Magic, what all this means for the rest of this season and this team moving forward.
I don't like the state of the team right now. You know, we're not playing well. I think it's been a little while that we haven't been playing well. I would imagine our fans are frustrated by the way they're playing and what we're playing, and I'm frustrated with them. I remain optimistic about the rest of the season. And I think that, it's on us to turn this thing around. But there's still, over a third of the season left, and we're right in the thick of the race, and, we got to get it done.
Why do you think the team isn't where it wants to be?
We can attack it a lot of different ways, but honestly, for me, I always see the world through a defensive lens, and I just think our defense has to get better. When we're at our best, our defense not only creates stops and puts pressure on the other team to kind of take a while to crawl back into games, but also it generates a lot of offense for us. And I don't think it's a coincidence that earlier in the season, when we were healthy, we were the 10th best offensive net rating team and the 3rd best defensive net rating team. Our defense rises our offense, elevates it. So for me, I think, that end of the floor has to get better. And I know that the group's been spending a lot of time on that recently, and it's got to show up.
For fans looking at this deadline as maybe a lack of urgency or a complacency, lack of aggressiveness, what's your message to the fan base about not making a move?
Yeah, that's not ever the way that we approach it. We're aggressive 365 days a year, and I think we're not afraid to make bold moves, as I think last summer showed. But the answer to frustration isn't just to make a move just for the sake of making a move. And I think one thing to understand is the way that our team is set up right now, with contracts and timing. For us to make a significant move means that we have to break into the core, our core guys. We're the 4th youngest team in the league still, for all the expectations that were placed on us and the hopes that we had this coming into the season. We're the 4th youngest team in the league. And for us to make a real move that's going to move the needle, it's going to mean breaking up our core. That core has been excellent when it's been on the floor together, So November through mid-December, we were 14-6, and as I said earlier, we had the 10th best net rating offensively, the 3rd best defensive, and I want to say 4th or 5th best net rating overall. And maybe most importantly, our starting lineup of Suggs, Bain, Wagner, Boncaro, and Carter has still, for 5-man units that have played over 250 possessions, the 3rd best net rating of any 5-man group in the NBA. And that's what predicts playoff success, our best 5 against your best 5. And so, and I don't even think we were playing that great then, but honestly, it was exciting to see us not play great and be 14-6 through that stretch and kind of post some of these numbers and think okay, we're going to get better and better. Dez is still getting introduced to the lineup and, so forth and so on. So, look, for us to break up that core, it's going to have to be a significant move. And I will tell you that we had some substantive talks that, I thought could have gone somewhere. Obviously, they did not. They didn't materialize. But it wasn't for a lack of pushing. It wasn't for a lack of urgency. Our mission is to improve this team. And, we're never taking a day off from that. It's just that, we're not going to do something just for the sake of doing it.
At this time at the deadline last year, there was kind of the same situation, almost exactly the same record, in fact, where injuries were just such a huge factor, and you didn't get a chance to see your team. Obviously Jalen didn't come back at all last year. Franz is still working his way back. How much do you balance like waiting on these players to get healthy versus saying we've got to do something, or we got to start kind of picking maybe a part of that to move this team forward and achieve this.
Yeah, no. I mean, that is a great question, because that's the convergence that's going to come at us. And so, is it now? Is it this summer? Is it next year? The tricky part is when the group's been whole, it's been really good. It's kind of been what we kind of hoped for. So now the trick is, can you get it whole? Can you keep it whole? Can you get a long enough look to see what's what? And then understand like how best to go from there when you do make a real move. And with that, the confluence of, contracts and all of that, that's what drives a lot of moves. When you see guys getting moved for, lesser players or into room, it's not because the team doesn't like those players, it's because they can't afford to keep it together, and that's also coming at us, So that's a great question, Philip, and that's something that you have to weigh every year. And so with that, we were looking at some things, they just didn't materialize. And then when they don't materialize, you have to kind of take that to your, use that as an advantage and see now that you can keep this core together and see what you can do. Because as I said, the signs have been very promising when they've been together.
How concerning is it that they can't? How concerning is it that the core for the second season in a row can't stay together on the court?
Yeah, I mean, it's concerning, and it's not just like, look, every team has injuries, but it's having these prolonged injuries. All I can say is like, these are soft tissue injuries. There's nothing, what can you say? It's the NBA, and this is what happens sometimes. And I do feel like we're a little bit Groundhog Day this season, The only thing is I also think we're better this year because of, we added Desmond Bain. And so, I hate to keep saying it, but when this team has been healthy, it's been really good. And there does come a point where it's like, how long can you wait for that? Are we there yet? I also, then you have to add into the mix, like this is the fourth youngest team in the league. All these guys we're talking about are pre-prime, basically, It's a lot of layers to it. It's not just an easy, 10-second answer. Why weren't they more aggressive? There's a lot that goes into that. We're ready to be aggressive. I think we showed that this summer. We're not afraid to be aggressive, but what we don't want to do is be rash and just react to the fact that the team's not playing well.
Is this current core and the construction of the roster, is it good enough to compete?
I'd like to find out, and I mean, we came in with high hopes, and I think, as I said, like when it was whole, I think it was showing signs that, hey, if we can continue to grow and build, like by the time you get to the end of the season, I mean, that's what makes the NBA so great, right? Like you don't know until you get there. But I think all the indicators were pretty positive, and we felt good about it. And I know the character of our guys and the talent and hopefully the way the team fits together. But now we have to reconstitute that because the frustrating part is through whatever we've been through, we've kind of lost that. And now it's not like you get Franz back and you just click. We have to re-earn that. And I know that the team has been spending a lot of time on that. There have been a lot of conversations and practices and starting to get back to basics and a lot of these things. And hopefully we start with a 4-game homestand and as I was saying before, we have, I think, us and Atlanta have the most home games remaining in the Eastern Conference, and we have to take advantage of that.
When the confident team has kind of just gone away, like this team doesn't play like they used to play, whether it's effort or success or whatever. Is that coaching? Is that performance? How do you evaluate that?
It's everything. It's everything. It starts with me and it ends with me, and I'm not happy with it. I understand the fans' frustration. we've got to do better. Everybody has to do better. Coaches, players, my staff, everybody. And, we've got to recapture the way that we were playing earlier in the season. And as I said, I don't even think we were playing that great then, but even with that, we posted some really encouraging numbers. And you kind of feel like, oh man, let this thing flywheel, let this thing grow. But obviously, injuries have had a significant say in the course of this season. Once again, I hate to say that, but you have to acknowledge that fact. And especially when two of our best defenders missed a prolonged period at the same time. That's a big obstacle, And so, look, I'm hoping that once we get our guys back, get this group together again, I can tell you that there's belief on this team, there's care factor, there's talent, and we just gotta get it pointed back in the right direction.
One back with full strength is Jamal Mosley. They gotta get this guy to the next level, get this team to the next level.
Yes, I mean Jamal was hired to get us to the next level, and it's his job to get us to the next level, and we believe that he will. But it's him and it's me and it's everybody. It's an organizational success or an organizational failure. It's not on one guy. We've all got to do better. So yeah.
So you're committed to Jamal for the rest of the season?
Yes, organizationally, I'm saying we have Jamal. Jamal has our full support, and Jamal's our coach for the rest of the season. So it's not a matter of I know there's a lot of chatter out there and stuff. It's not one person. This is a basketball team. It's a basketball organization, and it's a group effort. We've got to get better, and I can tell you one thing. I know Moses going home every night, looking at himself in the mirror and not sleeping and trying to figure out how to do this thing and how to get us back on track. And I know the players are doing the same thing. There's a lot of people that are frustrated and that care greatly about this, and we feel the weight of the fans' frustration. Let me say that. When I hear a lack of urgency or this and that, it's I don't sleep. I mean, we got to get this thing right, and I'm confident that we will.
Where's Franz in his recovery, and how do you think that situation, playing in Europe and then coming back and not playing, was handled?
Playing. Listen. I'll say this. When you get to the back end of rehabilitation periods, it's the trickiest part, right? Then it becomes more how am I feeling? And you kind of you play 3-on-3, and teams don't really practice anymore, so you don't really know until you take that leap. I will say this: I don't think wild horses could have kept Franz Wagner from playing in Berlin, and I think Franz felt he was ready to play, and did okay. And I think he was probably had adrenaline coming out of his ears. And the next game in England, less so. And he probably realized, oh, wait, it's maybe I wasn't all the way there. A lot of this has to do with, as they say, reconditioning and all of that. So I think, Franz is as competitive, as tough, and loves basketball as much as anyone I've ever been around. And you guys know, what did he play his first couple of years, 81 and 80 games or something like that? Franz wants to be right. Franz wants to help his team win games. And I think to answer your first part of the question, he's very close.
So how aggressive do you want to be in the buyout market with that extra roster spot now?
Well, again, so this a lot feeds into what our roster looks like. And again, picking guys up so that you just say you did something, or is there a guy that's going to make a difference? And also, even in looking at trades, you see all these names flying around. You have to look at do they have money next year in their contract? What are they looking for? What is the player looking for? There are some players that got traded, and you can say well, why wouldn't the Magic go after those guys? Well, maybe we don't have a contract that matches up. Maybe they have money next year. Maybe they have expectations about what they're looking for. So I see a couple names, but we have our backcourt with Desmond Bane and Jalen Suggs and Anthony Black. So is that guy going to play in front of those guys? And this is again our core. So I don't know. We've been spending a lot of time on that. This morning, even talking about potential buyout guys and whatnot. We will look to add somebody to replace Tyus shortly. And, after that, we'll kind of see how that stuff shakes out.
Why do you think Tyus wasn't as impactful as you guys had hoped when you signed him?
I don't know. Tyus was 40% three-point shooter for, the last part of his career. He's obviously like a brilliant floor general. He's got some physical limitations, but we felt that with our defensive prowess, we could absorb some of that. It's sports, man. It's basketball. It didn't work. I don't know why. I really don't know why. And he's a great guy, and I think he's going to land in Dallas, and we wish him the best, and I think he's going to be really good there.
We saw it with KCP last year when he came in. The second half of the season kind of got it, but from the jump wasn't shooting the way he wanted to, the way you guys wanted to. And now Tyus similarly dropped to 29%. Why do you think the last two free agents you've signed haven't shot the ball?
Yeah, well, we spend a lot of time on that, Jason, and I don't have an answer for that. I think that some of that is, a lot of shooting, I say, comes from what kind of shots you can generate for our team through your defense, and then roster stability, lineup stability. And when you have the kind of like crazy amount of lineups that we've had over the last couple of years through all these injuries, and then this year with like the drop in our defensive effectiveness, I think those things feed in and they contribute. But I wish I had a better answer than that for you, because at the end of the day, shooters got to make shots, and I don't know why. I think some of that, those first two factors contribute to that. Tyus is a good shooter. He's a good player. It just didn't fit here.
You mentioned how young this team still is and how much growth there still is ahead of them. How have you seen them maybe deal with the frustration, or how have you seen them kind of react and deal with some of the frustration in the season, and how do you take that into account or help them grow into better leaders, better young players in that process?
Yeah, that's a great question, and it's actually like a really important question, because I think sometimes we've handled it well and sometimes not, and I think that that's part of what goes into these trade deadlines. When you say like, how long do you wait, for this to see if the roster can be healthy? The thing about the health is like it gives you a baseline of understanding how things fit together. And without that, you really don't know. Like, this guy's going to play in here, and then when this guy comes back, he's going to be here, or he's going to be on the bench, and you just don't know. What you're talking about is kind of an interesting question, because how do guys respond to adversity? How do they respond to the vagaries of the NBA when it gets really hard? And I do think you learn about guys through that. I think, if anything for us, it helps us learn some of our guys and maybe the best ways to help them cope with it. But it also gets back to the earlier question of, look, man, we want to improve this team. This team has been good when together, and it's very young. They're still, if I would have told the fans, like, last year, this is what Anthony Black is going to be this year, I don't know what they would have said. What's he going to be next year? What's he going to be? We have to think about what these guys are going to be, a few years down the road. They're all still very, very young. So that's part of, growing with a young team. If we want, we can get old really quickly and probably be better, and listen, there are degrees of that, when we talk about like making a substantial trade and involving the core, we looked at some of that stuff, we're still evaluating that, but that's a great question.
In those evaluations, we asked about the buyout market earlier. Just what type of player are you looking at? Is it a veteran? Is it a guard? Is it big?
Yeah. Well, I would say hopefully for us, probably a veteran, but I would also say, those guys generally aren't going to move the needle a lot, and I don't want to do it just for the sake of doing it, Right now, get our guys back healthy, get on the floor. Our roster is, I'll let other people talk about how good it is, but it's fairly well balanced. It's complete. If I say we're going to bring in, a 32-year-old guy who's, a great open three-point shooter, but how do we get him on the court? So like, what does that do? So, I don't know. We'll kind of like go through the process of seeing, the next few days who shakes out. There could be some surprises, or talk to agents who are saying, hey, listen, my guy, they've said they'll buy him out if you guys are interested, and that sort of stuff. We might just keep our powder dry for a bit. I don't know. I wouldn't look at that minimum guy who's going to be on the buyout market at this stage as a needle mover.
You talked about the organization having Jamal's back. Do you have a lot of confidence still in his ability to get his messaging across to this young team?
Yeah, I mean, like, Mose is a great communicator. And, look, for 4.5 years, man, we played really hard. I think that's kind of been our brand. We're sideways right now, and that's on everybody to recapture that. That's not on one person. It's not, it's on everybody. And we got to figure that out.
Basketball Ops President Jeff Weltman not happy with the state of the team right now, he says. Also saying that Jamal Mosley is the coach of the team for this season. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good afternoon. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. I wanted to take you to Tallahassee right now, where today the State House and Senate are not in session, but they covered a lot of ground this week. And one of the bills that they discussed just yesterday was a bill that advanced to prohibit counties and municipalities, so local cities and counties, governments essentially, from funding or promoting any official action as it relates to diversity, equity, and inclusion. Quite a bit of debate on that bill back and forth inside that committee meeting yesterday in Tallahassee. Here's a little bit of that.
Okay, members, moving on. Representative Black, HB 1001. Floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Members, thank you for your indulgence. The debate in the other committee was vigorous and lengthy. Members of the committee, for more than a decade, we have seen the philosophy of diversity, equity, and inclusion used to divide our society into competing factions. Not only have millions of taxpayer dollars been wasted in the name of DEI, this philosophy has fostered resentment instead of goodwill and mediocrity instead of merit, and it has divided our society against itself. In recognition of this, over preceding years, we have worked in Florida to reunify our people once again by destroying DEI philosophy in K-12 education, in our state university system, and in our state government. But members, we still have work to do. Much of the division of our peoples and wasted money is occurring in municipal and county government. House Bill 1001 builds on our previous work by prohibiting counties and municipalities from any official action related to DEI. The bill also prohibits county and city officials from using funds on DEI. The bill defines DEI office and officer, and provides for enforcement. The bill provides also numerous exceptions. These exceptions have been adopted subsequent to many, many conversations held over the last 2 years with various stakeholders. Accordingly, the bill does not prevent counties and municipalities from promoting recognized federal and state holidays and recognized federal and state observances, promoting patriotic observances, recognizing or honoring individuals or groups recognized and honored by official monuments and memorials. The bill does not conflict with laws regulating male and female restrooms or changing rooms, laws ensuring that victims of domestic violence and their dependents have access to emergency shelters, laws prohibiting discrimination based on biological sex, laws ensuring males and females have access to public health services corresponding to their biological sex, nor laws recognizing the inherent biological differences between males and females for the purposes of ensuring their health, safety, and welfare. Lastly, it addresses contracting by requiring a potential recipient of a county or municipal contract or grant to certify to the county or municipality before being awarded such contract or grant that the potential recipient does not and will not use funds in requiring its employees, contractors, volunteers, vendors, or agents to ascribe to, study, or be instructed using materials related to DEI. Members, that is the bill.
Thank you, Rep. Black, for that explanation. We're in questions. Questions? Ranking Member Campbell?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Title now.
My first question is, can you define diversity, equity, and inclusion for me?
Sorry, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative, for the question. The definition is very detailed. I would direct your attention in the bill to lines 35 through 46, and that language is replicated in sections 1 and 2. Each of those deal with counties and municipalities, respectively.
Follow up?
Yes, follow up. Thank you, Mr. Chair. In your definition of it, you mentioned the word manipulation, manipulate. Can you describe how one is manipulating diversity, equity, and inclusion?
You're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Representative, for the question. Manipulate means to try to control, to alter inputs so that you're controlling the outcome.
Follow up, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you give me an example of what one may see in the workplace that shows definitive manipulation to your point of that, or controlling behaviors in the workplace?
You're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Representative. Well, sure. An effort to recruit people where you stipulate that you're giving preference to people based on, and it's in the definition, based on race, based on color, based on sex, ethnicity, gender identity, or sexual orientation.
One more follow-up, sir, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Based off of what you just described in defining diversity, equity, inclusion, how does that align with federal policies, and how do you separate the differences?
Recognized, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Representative, for the question. The bill contains an exception and makes clear that nothing contained in this bill should be construed to conflict with federal or state law.
Rep. Gant, in questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What is the statutory definition of manipulate?
You're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Representative, for the question. I don't know the statutory definition.
Follow up?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr.
You're
Chair.
recognized.
Okay, is there a definition, a statutory definition of the word manipulate?
You're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Representative, for that question. I don't know. The word is in common usage, and whether or not someone has seen fit to make a statutory definition of that is uncertain to me.
Follow up? Sure.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. What are we attempting to accomplish as a legislature by preempting local governments from being able to, based on the language in the bill, have diversity, equity, and inclusion as defined?
You're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Representative, for the question. And wow, that is the question. It is the question. And I would say, look, anyone who's watched the news over the last, say, 10 years have seen how we've become polarized for ideological reasons. And we've seen this ideology seep into various aspects in the fabric of our society, state government, in our education system. And increasingly, we have recognized that we have to stop this. It's increasingly recognized on both sides of the political spectrum. And we're tired of this. And it is ongoing and pervasive in our local government. And the justification for dealing with it is very simple. We were elected to act, and we cannot allow local governments to tear our people apart. We have a compelling state interest to bring our people back together again so that we can function as a society. This bill is not about hating anybody. It provides all sorts of exceptions and allows people to have celebrations, but restores sanity to local government. And I hope that answered your question, Representative.
Thank you. One more follow-up, and then we're going to move on to other members.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. Since this is my follow-up, I'll wait to come to the next round. My question is on line 46, when it says promote or adapt training, programming, or activities designed to implement blah, 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 blah. We had a training here in the House for all the reps on the laws regarding discrimination and how we are supposed to govern ourselves as bosses, essentially, to our each individual offices. Now, if under your bill, would something similar to our training that we included, because it included training about race, it included training about ethnicity, it included training about gender identity, it included training about sexual orientation, color, and sex, all the words that are included in here, we all had that training. Would that training for a local government be barred under the language of this bill?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Representative, for the question. If it is required by either state or federal law, then no.
Thank you. Representative Harris, you have some questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Representative, as I understand it, the bill allows any resident to sue a local government for monetary damages for a supposed violation of the law. So, given how broad the cause of action is for citizen enforcement, what would stop someone who is of the white supremacist ideology from using this bill to sue a government for celebrating a non-federal holiday, like a Jewish holiday like Yom Kippur?
You're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Representative, for the question. Well, let me just say that every citizen has a right to their day in court. Every citizen. However, there has been discussion, and there will be more discussion with stakeholders in this, and there has been conversation surrounding the right to bring a civil action. And while we're at it, there is ongoing discussion regarding the definition of official action. There are ongoing discussions here. And I'm open to discussing language if you'd like to get with me at your earliest convenience. Thank you, Chair.
Any follow-ups, Rep?
That is some of the hearing from earlier today, or excuse me, from yesterday. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to get you back to this ongoing debate in the committee meeting yesterday, the Intergovernmental Affairs Subcommittee in the Florida House, debating a bill in Tallahassee that would prohibit local governments from DEI spending. Let's go ahead and listen back in.
So the bill, thank you, and thank you for the question. So the bill deals with official actions from a county or a municipality, but does not address individual actions in your capacity as an elected official. So you can go anywhere, talk to anybody you want. They're your constituents, they're your people, and you should absolutely go do that. That behavior is outside the scope of this bill.
Follow up.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you for that clarification. So oftentimes, if a county administration building and the entire county board, including the mayor, was to host a Jewish film festival in the county administration building, would, under this, as this law is written with this law, would they all be able to be charged with malfeasance?
You're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Representative, for the question. I sincerely doubt it. They are allowed to recognize anything that is a holiday or an observance under either federal or state law, or which pertains to an official monument recognized under Florida statute. And I know that there's a Holocaust Memorial, that's official. Holocaust Memorial Week. And if you were to look into the statute, there are just innumerable circumstances where that is completely justifiable. We are actually working on language, though, to even broaden those exceptions such that you could also, even if it isn't enumerated in statute, follow the lead of the executive branch so that anything that's being celebrated by the executive branch or any of their departments, you'd be able to do likewise.
Last follow-up, then we'll move on to another member.
Thank you for the indulgence, Mr. Chair. I understand what you're saying about official recognition of holidays. That is why I'm being very specific and asking about the sponsor, like the attendance or the hosting of a Jewish film festival, which is not a nationally or federally recognized or state recognized holiday. Could, in that instance, as the bill is written, could the entire board and the mayor be charged with malfeasance?
I think that's been asked and answered, but you're more than willing to answer it again, Rep.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you again for the question. And as I said, I'm happy to look at that language more closely with you at some mutually convenient date. I don't believe so. But look, there are things that we all agree as a people that we ought to be able to celebrate. There are things that we agree that our local governments should be able to do. But we have seen them do things that are completely outrageous. Completely outrageous. And I don't want to pick on any particular city. In fact, I won't even mention any because then you'll feel compelled to either criticize or defend your hometown. I'll talk about my city, though. In my city, they gave a grant to a group that then made pornographic playing cards. And I want to be clear, by pornography, I mean the most vile things you can imagine. As a matter of fact, you probably don't even imagine these things. And they gave them to little kids. There was another gathering, and you know what they promoted? They promoted an event, and they gave condoms to little children. And I mean less than 10 years old. And they were pre-printed. They said, "Condom up, Buttercup." That's the kind of garbage we're talking about. I'm not talking at all, Representative Harris, about what you're talking about. What we're trying to do here, members, is we're going to create a due process under the law, recognizing existing laws. So we don't have this polarizing nonsense in our society anymore. And we can come together and have good celebrations of good, honest things and exclude those things that are outrageous and for which taxpayer dollars are being used to foment. Thank you.
Representative Dunkley, questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative, how will any certification requirements by our local municipalities may affect small businesses and nonprofits who are doing businesses with those municipalities? How will this bill affect?
You're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Representative, for the question. I believe I understood your question. So if you look in Section 3 of the bill, you will see that that pertains to contracting. And what it says is that you're not going to get taxpayer money and use it to go engage in DEI. We're not going to be awarding grants for you to go do that. That's in Section 3. I hope that answers your question.
So if I understand clearly, it broadly says you're not going to use taxpayer money, if you said in Section 3. But what specifically is the engagement that they are asked not to do or to do? Because I didn't see something that was specifically carved out.
You're recognized.
Chair, I don't understand the question.
Could you repeat the question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you said it specifically says what the contractor did, that they're not going to use money to engage in DEI. So I'm asking you did previously outline what the DEI is, but I'm not understanding how does that affect the small business partnership and nonprofits with them already having these contracts. How does it affect them?
You're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for that clarification. That's very helpful and a good question. And the way it would affect a nonprofit or other entity seeking taxpayer dollars is that they just have to certify to the local government that they're not going to use taxpayer dollars to engage in DEI. You're presumably giving them an award now for some other thing, but not that.
Follow up? All right, moving on. Rep. Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative, how does diversity, equity, and inclusion prevent, in your bill, how does this prevent from frivolous lawsuit? You mentioned in the bill that citizens can come up and sue the county and sue the city, but is there any protections for the cities in prevention of frivolous lawsuits?
You're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Representative, for the question. A good question. By definition, frivolous lawsuits are sanctionable by the court.
Follow up?
Yes, Mr. Chair. How is diversity, equity, inclusion tearing us apart?
You're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the question. By creating categories of people, artificial categories sometimes, and elevating some and diminishing others, and pitting one faction, one group against the other.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In line 50 of your bill, you mentioned to equal opportunity or equal employment opportunity. How does one separate equal opportunity or equal employment opportunity from diversity, equity, and inclusion?
You're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Chair. You'll see in line 53 that it is referencing a particular state or federal law, and that's how you would do it.
More of that debate over that bill. It was reported out of committee favorably after that debate over local government spending on DEI. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after.
Florida Live starts now.
Well, good afternoon to you. Welcome into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Wymer, and we appreciate you joining us on this Friday afternoon live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. I want to let you know a little bit of what we have ahead on the show today. Going to be talking more about the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie. Day 6 now in the ongoing search. Still no suspects identified. Still a lot of questions We know the first ransom demand deadline has been missed. New video put out by Savannah Guthrie's brother, one of the sons of Nancy Guthrie, and so we'll dive into that case with one of our experts coming up in a little bit. A statue of Ronald Reagan unveiled on the campus of Florida International University in Miami earlier today. We will take you there for that ceremony. And then we are also tracking the start of Mardi Gras at Universal, kicking off this weekend. We will tell you everything you need to know about that coming up in just a little bit. But it is Friday. We are counting down to the start of the weekend, and a little bit nicer of a weekend than what we were talking about this time last week. So joining us now for our Florida Live forecast, we've got Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer. And TJ, this is looking like a really nice weekend. I think we earned it after last time.
I think so. It's great to kick off Mardi Gras. I feel like it'll be perfect to get out to the park and enjoy some food and some good drinks. It'll be a blast.
Yeah, going to be great weather for that. But one of the things about this weather, we know that a number of areas are now under a fire warning.
Yeah, for sure. That's the one thing that we've been talking about, even through the fall last year, Garrett. Once we got into the start of the dry season, really, we started to see this drought develop, and it's really gotten worse. That's kind of typical of the climate pattern that we're in. We've kind of had that La Nina. We've treaded more neutral, and really that's just the the cooling or warming of the Pacific waters and how it impacts our weather pattern here in the Sunshine State. But we have been dry, and you can see that fire weather warning there, including many of our communities here across Central Florida. Drought conditions, low humidity, and gusty wind, all a driver in that. So if anyone is out and about, don't want to be burning. And if you are a smoker, someone that does that, be careful where you throw those cigarette butts, because that could cause something to ignite even on a highway or a roadway around the region. But there's the current drought monitor, Garrett. You can see, especially in areas like Gainesville and Ocala, Marion County, Alachua, Levy, Dixie, and Gilchrist counties, our Fox 51 locales essentially in the most severe drought, essentially just shy of the exceptional drought, which is a level 5 out of 5, level 4 out of 5 there. And a lot of the area now getting into more of a moderate and severe drought, which obviously is what you want to see this time of the year when we get closer to our wildfire season.
Yeah, not great. We know it has been dry, and also playing into that is that wind.
Yeah, it's still gusting out there up beyond 20 miles per hour, even 25 miles per hour in Orlando. And that's one of the big reasons why a fire could develop and spread rapidly if you're not being careful. So that's why this fire weather warning or red flag warning has been issued. So just think proactively if you are out and about and had plans to maybe participate in something like that, burning things around the yard and anything in that regard. But at least, Garrett, this is probably the more standout stat. At least temperatures compared to this time yesterday were 5 to 15 degrees warmer across Central Florida, and it looks like that trend going to continue as we head through the next couple of days. Right now, we're sitting in the 50s and 60s, so it's still a little chilly, but I think tomorrow will probably be around 5 degrees warmer than this, and then we'll kind of keep it going. Still going to be chilly tonight, and with that wind, probably some wind chills trying to sneak back down into the upper 30s and lower 40s tomorrow, but we're right back into the 50s and 60s as we head throughout the afternoon. But there are those wind chills. Once we get late tonight, wee hours of Saturday, still probably a morning where you want to go out with at least a hoodie or a windbreaker, but it should be a really nice afternoon Saturday, and I think even more so on Sunday.
That's great. We know a lot of events going on this weekend. We've got Pause the Park at Lake Eola tomorrow. Going to be a beautiful day for that. We know the Super Bowl coming up on Sunday, the big game that a lot of people, you're going to be able to watch outside.
Yeah.
Be nice to have an outdoor watch
All
party.
of our lovely sports bars that have outside decks and patios. I feel like it's going to be great. And if anyone is watching at home, all those lovely outside patios hopefully in full use, and it's going to be great. I feel like you said, we deserve it after having wind chills in the low teens just about a week ago.
Yeah, you were certainly right about that. And speaking of the big game, we want to know where everyone is going to be watching from. This has been our big poll question of the day, and give you a live look right now at Levi's Stadium as well ahead of the Super Bowl kickoff on Sunday between the Seahawks and the Patriots. Where are you watching? You going to be watching at a house party? Are you watching at home? Are you watching out at a bar or a restaurant, or do you not plan on watching? We've seen this change throughout the day, TJ. It was a bar restaurant was the kind of the big winner at first, and then more people just added on saying they don't plan on watching. What about you? What are your plans for the game on Sunday?
I feel like I'm definitely not a part of the don't plan on watching crowd. We'll probably be, I guess it would be a party. Yeah, so I'd be in the minority, shockingly enough. These numbers, Garrett, I'm like shocked at this poll right now. I don't know. I don't know. I guess I would have thought the house party would have been like up there in the higher range. I thought that would have been beating. But I'm trying to think of my life. I don't think I've ever watched it out. I think I've only ever been at a party or at home. What about you?
I think so. I mean, yeah, even if it's not my house, someone else's house, I don't know that I've gone out to it, but we know that's a popular choice today.
Yeah.
Let us know how you're watching. Scan the QR code. You can pull out your phone and scan that right now. You can also go to fox35orlando.com/vote. We'll check back in on this coming up in a little bit, see if any of those numbers changing, because we do want to know, how are you watching the Super Bowl, or are you not watching the Super Bowl? Yeah, I agree with you. I think it's a bit of a surprising number there that don't plan on watching.
At least for the commercials and Bad Bunny at this rate. I mean, you got to do it for something. If you care about the Seahawks or the Patriots, at least do it for the fun vibes of the game. I don't know. That's my personal opinion, but
yeah. Well, we will see about that. We'll check in on those numbers again in a little bit. Fox 35 Storm Team Meteorologist TJ Springer, we appreciate you joining us.
Thanks, Garrett.
It is time now for our Tampa Connection, where we take a look at some of the big stories in the Bay Area today. Going to bring in Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, who joins us live now from the Fox 13 newsroom. And Nancy, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Garrett. Well, a Venice-based missionary aviation group is asking for prayers this afternoon as they await word about one of their planes that went missing over Haiti. Now, Agape Flights, which operates out of the Venice Municipal Airport, says it lost contact with one of its aircraft on Thursday afternoon. Officials with the ministry say that the plane was flying over the mountains when communication was cut off. The aircraft is a twin turboprop commonly used by the organization for regional cargo flights. And as of this morning, Agape Flights says they do not have any further information regarding the status of this plane or those who were on board the plane. In a statement, the organization asked for prayers for the pilots and their families during what they called an incredibly difficult time. They are also requesting privacy for the families that are involved. Now, for decades, Agape Flights has served as a critical lifeline for hundreds of missionary families throughout the Caribbean, delivering emergency supplies, medical equipment, as well as mail. We do have a reporter following this story today, and we should be able to bring you more information later this afternoon. Garrett?
All right, certainly a concerning story there, and we'll be staying tuned for those updates. Meanwhile, Nancy, in St. Pete, an update from City Council there on a big project.
Yes, this project involves the historic gas plant district. This is where the current Tropicana Field, the current home of the Tampa Bay Rays, is. And yesterday, during a tense meeting, leaders voted to pause the selection of a new developer. But the mayor says the project is still full steam ahead. So for nearly an hour yesterday, St. Pete City Council debated the future of the 86 acres currently sitting under Tropicana Field. The council voted 6-2 in favor of a pause. So Councilwoman Brandy Gabbard introduced the move, calling for an independent strategic roadmap before any developer is chosen. She says previous plans for the site are outdated and the city can't afford to rush into a deal without a clear vision. But not everybody is on board with hitting the brakes. Council member Deborah Figgs Sanders, who was actually baptized on that land as a child, says the community has already been waiting 40 years for progress. So despite the council's vote, the final word may actually not rest with them. St. Pete operates under a strong mayor government. So in a statement released last night, Mayor Ken Welch, who grew up in the gas plant district, made it clear that he is moving forward with evaluating the 9 proposals that were submitted this week. He says the city has planned for over a decade, and it's time to deliver on the promises of jobs and housing. The mayor says he will explore the council's request for more planning, but he says no binding decisions will be made without public input. The redevelopment remains one of the most expensive and historically significant projects in the city's history. So we will continue to follow the mayor's next steps as he reviews those 9 developer proposals. Garrett?
All right, and finally in our Tampa Connection, Nancy, the start of the Florida State Fair.
Yes, yesterday the Florida State Fair officially opened, and despite those cold temperatures, hundreds of families put on their coats and went out to the fair. Organizers expect more than 400,000 people to pass through the gates between now and February 16th. This year's theme honors the nation's upcoming 250th birthday, and the fair is debuting a massive new landmark to mark the occasion, the world's largest portable observation wheel. Standing at 230 feet tall, the wheel features 45 gondolas, each themed after a United States president. For many, the fair is a lifelong tradition. Gage Sears, he is a fourth-generation vendor we spoke with. He says the cold weather won't stop the cravings for the fair classics like funnel cakes, fried Oreos, and lemonade. He says that while the rides provide the thrill, the food is what keeps the crowds fueled up. Now, this year, some of those unique fair foods include a mozzarella Korean corn dog that's rolled in butter and cinnamon, as well as hot honey jalapeno pepper donuts. So that sentiment was shared by Crystal Gunn, who brought her twin daughters, Brianna and Tiana, to celebrate their 15th birthday. Despite the gusty winds and dropping temperatures, Gunn says they never miss an opening day for the Florida State Fair. Beyond the rides and the music, safety remains a top priority. More than 1,000 Hillsborough County Sheriff's deputies will be patrolling the fairgrounds over the next 11 days on foot, bikes, as well as horseback. And as a reminder for parents, the fair's youth policy is in effect. Anyone under the age of 17 must be accompanied by an adult after 5 o'clock. Garrett?
Some intriguing menu items there, Nancy.
Yes, there's definitely some intriguing menu items. As usual at the Florida State Fair, they always have interesting foods. I believe this year, to celebrate America's 250th birthday, they do have, it's like a birthday cake themed iced tea. So that's a little bit different. They do tend to combine the sweet and savory foods all in one platter, if you will. There were a couple of items that looked somewhat, if you want to say, normal. There were candy-coated grapes. That seems, pretty fairly tame compared to a mozzarella Korean corn dog that's dipped in butter and cinnamon. So it all depends on what you choose. If you're an adventurous eater or if you're not an adventurous eater, it sounds like the fair definitely has something for you.
Options for everyone. Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, we appreciate you joining us.
Thank you.
As we go to break here, let's check out our poll, continuing to get votes come in. Where you watching the Super Bowl? Still, most of you saying don't plan on watching it. Let us know. You go to fox35orlando.com/vote. Scan the QR code you see on your screen. That is another option. We are getting ready to take a break here on Florida Live. We've got a lot more to get to, so we hope you keep it here on Fox Local, YouTube, and Fox 35 TV, and we will be right back.
Cameron Guthrie. I'm speaking for the Guthrie family. Whoever is out there holding our mother, we want to hear from you. We haven't heard anything directly. We need you to reach out, and we need a way to communicate with you so we can move forward. But first, we have to know that you have our mom.
A plea on social media from Cameron Guthrie asking for the suspected kidnappers to contact the family as the first ransom demand deadline passes. That was yesterday evening. That first deadline came and went. And again, the Guthrie family asking for the kidnappers to contact them because they don't know how to get a hold of them. It is day 6 now since Nancy Guthrie disappeared. Still a lot of questions about where things stand with this. We have been watching this case very closely, and I want to bring in a law enforcement expert now. We've got Rodney Smith, who's a former law enforcement himself, a body language expert as well. And Rodney, we appreciate you joining us here on Florida Live this afternoon.
Thank you for having me, Garrett.
Rodney, first I just want to get your take about what makes this case unique. In your opinion, in your expertise. I mean, we've seen a lot of people talking about on social media about all the attention this case is getting. What stands out to you about, why this case is so unusual?
Well, when you look at the totality and the overall dynamics of what's taken place from the initial possible kidnapping, there has been a lack of communication with the so-called kidnappers. Typically and oftentimes in situations and circumstances like this, especially when you were talking about money or currency being involved as far as some ransom, there's usually going to have very detailed or strict demands. I want the money delivered by this date, by this time, at this location, and so on and so forth. If that demand has not been met in that particular amount of time or negotiation efforts are taking place, you usually get a continuing or a furtherance for law enforcement to try to work on obtaining and acquiring more information. But it seems like from what we understand from the onset of the mom's disappearance, there hasn't been any more communication other than the pleas from the family asking for them to give or provide more input as to what they need to help locate their mom and bring her home safely.
When it comes to a ransom note like that, what would law enforcement be looking for in it that might help give them some sort of clues as to what's going on, as to who might be involved? Are there things that they could look for to try to build up some sort of information about a suspect or person of interest in this?
Absolutely. One of the first things we want to look at is knowledge verification. How knowledgeable are you about the facts and the circumstances? This is one reason why law enforcement doesn't put a lot of information out into the general public all the time. You don't want to show your hand initially. If you're dealing with someone that actually is involved with the circumstances, they're going to have knowledge of this individual, what they were last wearing, what they're currently wearing. They know the layout of the home. They have information that can substantiate what the demands are that they're asking for. Even their communication behavior. How aggressive are they? How passive are they? What is their motivation behind this? These efforts come throughout the communicating with them, whether it's via phone, via internet, or whatever the method of transmission will be. But those are probably two of the biggest things that will help in the law enforcement communication, as well as tracing phone calls if they have the opportunity to communicate with them via phone and keep them on the phone for a substantial amount of times to be able to track a location or triangulate.
We have seen major search efforts. We're showing some of that video in the area now. I mean, TMZ reporting today, though, that some more details from the ransom note saying, essentially they don't necessarily believe she might be in the Tucson area, that it may be, somewhere else in the kind of southwestern United States or even northern Mexico. How does something like that, when time is of the essence in a search like this, make things more difficult, kind of having to really widen the scope of that search?
Well, it makes it extremely difficult in this situation. We have an 84-year-old woman who is in need of medication. And when she doesn't have that medication, depending on what she's actually taking and how it helps her in her health, time is of the essence. If she were diabetic, if she needs heart medication, if she has different things going on internally that are helping her efforts to maintain a healthy lifestyle, these are going to be very detrimental when you narrow or when you have to broaden or widen your scope of search, because now rescuing efforts, you're looking at manpower, time is not on your side, and you're having to look in a larger area of a demographic that could be a lot larger than what you anticipated to start with.
I want to get your thoughts on the original video posted on social media from Savannah Guthrie and her siblings that came on Wednesday night when they first acknowledged the ransom demands and first expressed a willingness to speak with the potential kidnappers into this case. We talked to a retired FBI agent yesterday who told us that she pretty much guarantees the FBI essentially kind of wrote what they had to say, or at least had a heavy hand in guiding that, kind of shaping that message and that video that they released. And so I want to get your thoughts, and I'm going to kind of play it and get your thoughts as a body language expert, as well as far as like what we are seeing in this video, because you see very different demeanors from each of the siblings in this video. What were some of your takeaways from that?
Well, at the onset, when you look at the daughter in the middle, she in the black shirt, she's more forward projected. She is obviously the leader in this group. With her being of a celebrity status, she is probably going to be a lot more outspoken. She shows a lot more facial features, more animation in her plea and cry. When you look at the brother seated to her left, you don't see much movement at all from him. He's pretty upright, rigid. However, he does have his arms crossing his lower extremities of his body. He's more controlled. He does have an open posture, more so with his legs, but you don't see much animation, much excitement, much movement from him. But we do see a bit of guarding, if you will, guarding, like I said, the lower extremities, and you see a little bit of that arm covering the forearm, or his hand covering the forearm, which is a sign of self-soothing behavior. When you look at the sister to her right, she's also in the same circumstance and situations as the brother. She's sitting upright. She's more leaned back. When she has her opportunity to speak, you don't see a lot of animation or emotion in her, but we do see that she's actually showing some type of support with her left hand holding her sister's hand. But you don't see a lot of emotions out of either the brother or the sister on the sides as much as you do in the middle. So I would say that they probably gave her the lead because she's used to being in front of a camera. It doesn't necessarily mean that they've got something to hide or that they're being defensive. It could be that the fact that they just don't like being in front of camera, and because they're being viewed in front of the entire world, they really don't have much of an animation or a display to present to everyone at the time. We don't know thoroughly what their normal baseline would be because we're only looking at maybe a minute and a half clip here.
And if law enforcement did have a hand in kind of shaping that and kind of putting that together, what do you think is the strategy there, and how that turned out? As far as the specific message and framing of that message that they're trying to send to that audience they're trying to reach, which is the kidnappers, the suspects in this, trying to get them to reach out and make contact.
Well, if it is written by the actual FBI, they're trying to touch on certain behaviors that would promote empathy in the kidnapper. They want to be able to reach their heart. They want to be able to reach their ear, to using keywords as the daughter in the white shirt mentions, different keywords and phrases in there. It almost gives you the impression that maybe she did not write it, because as she speaks, she looks as though she's actually reading it verbatim. So we don't see that emotion that would come with certain words or certain phrases as much as you do with the sister in the middle. I think the sister in the middle is either reading key points or a direct script, but she's also adding some of her own conversational input with that, which is why we see more emotion on the side.
I also want to ask you, we know a man has been arrested for making what investigators say was an imposter ransom demand another ransom note that was sent, this one to the family, that investigators believe was just someone essentially, trying to copycat and profit off of something like this. First of all, what makes someone want to do that in a situation like this? And how can investigators tell the difference between something that may be the real deal and someone just trying to capitalize on a terrible situation?
Well, as we talked earlier, why would someone want to capitalize on that, and how would they verify this? So, number one, here we have a clear opportunity for opportunity. So from a psychological standpoint, someone says, I've got an opportunity to maybe receive some type of financial gain. Maybe I can outsmart law enforcement, or if I can get them to send money to this account and it not be traced back to me, I have an opportunity to gain some type of financial reward. Ultimately, what we're looking at is this will have some type of benefit or personal gain for the individual. There's also a possibility that an individual is in financial desperation that would cause someone to go out and do this. And as well as a level of receiving some type of notoriety. Most of the copycats that we see, even in the movies from time to time, they want that same notoriety as someone else has gained that same amount of attention. But as we would say, how would law enforcement validate those claims? We go back to the communication behavior and their knowledge base as to how are they communicating with us? What is it that they know? What is it that they don't know? And what information should they know that they have not yet revealed to us that we can confirm or validate that these individuals are the people we're looking for?
The clock is certainly still ticking. A few more details continue to trickle out about this. The New York Post reporting that neighbors said they saw a suspicious white van parked on the street in the days leading up to this, which, if that has anything to do with it, would show that this is something that had certainly been planned, at least for a little bit. What happens next in this investigation with still no suspect description, still no person of interest or anything identified? What are the next steps for law enforcement now in a case like this?
Ultimately, there's going to be some legwork. Obviously, they'll be going door to door, checking neighbors for, just like you said, suspicious activity, checking ring cameras, checking cameras that may be set on the highways, looking for patterns of behavior that may show this van was circling the area. They've always been seen here. However, they don't live here. Trying to get those license plates, those maybe even going back, checking phone call records, interviewing the brother and the sisters to try to get information as to find, has anything happened in your life recently that someone would want to take out their animosity, not just against you, but against your whole family, looking for things that would find a way to break that. I guess you would say the mom is the thread that's holding the family together right now. So this could be a targeted attack, not just on one family member, but the entire family as a whole. So is there something that may be going on financially? Did someone do something that would have hurt an individual, and now they're trying to target and go against them to hit them where it hurts, if you will?
Law enforcement and body language expert Rodney Smith, we appreciate you joining us here on Florida Live this afternoon, sharing your expertise with us and explaining this investigation in this case that we continue to watch closely.
Thank you for having me.
We're going to take a break and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Wymer. Thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon. Special ceremony in Miami earlier today where Governor Ron DeSantis, the Secretary of State, FIU President, and former Lieutenant Governor Jeanette Nunez all gathered for an unveiling of a statue of Ronald Reagan, the former president, on the campus at Florida International University. This is a part of the celebrations, ongoing celebrations for America's 250th birthday, and a statue unveiled there earlier today. Here's some of what the governor had to say at that ceremony.
Well, good morning. It's great to be back at FIU. I'm really excited about today's unveiling. You know, I just want to say there's been a little bit of controversy. You know, our education commissioner, Stasi Kamoutsis, who some of you know, Miami bred. You know, we were on a little restaurant stop in Tampa at a Cuban restaurant, and he was eating the Cuban sandwich with salami on it, and he really liked it. I don't know if he's converting. I don't know what's going on. So I'm just telling you guys, you guys are going to have to do something because he may be drifting away from the Miami upbringing. But no, we're excited to be here. We've really, more than any other state by far, led on this issue of commemorating America's 250th birthday. We were able to do, I got this beautiful George Washington statue from Mount Vernon that we were able to put in the Florida Capitol, and it's still there now. We've put statues of founding fathers in the counties with their namesake. So Ben Franklin's now in Franklin County, Jefferson County. I'm going to bring James Monroe down to the Florida Keys soon. Hopefully it'll be warmer down there than it is today here. And we're going to do all that. But then we also said, you know, part of appreciating the founding principles of America and what our Constitution and Declaration of Independence represents is also to recognize people that have exemplified those ideals throughout the 250 years of American history. And so we're doing that. We're going to do Frederick Douglass and St. Augustine where he spoke. We've got other things on the horizon. But here on the birthday of our 40th president, Ronald Reagan, it's very appropriate to be able to recognize his leadership and his contributions here at FIU at the Ronald Reagan House. And it's a very nice house that they have here. And so I want to thank the chairman of the board, Carlos Duarte, for funding this statue. It's an amazing statue, and it's going to be something that's going to be very, very powerful. And I think, you know, so why do it in Miami? Well, there was nobody, certainly at that time, who was stronger against communism than Ronald Reagan. And that meant there was nobody more popular in Miami at the time than Ronald Reagan, because you had so many people that really had, the wounds were still fresh from the Castro takeover of Cuba and all the destruction that they wrought. And Reagan was very strong against communism. He built up our military, stared down the Soviets, but he also had a way to just show how absurd communism was and Marxism-Leninism. And he used to tell a story about, there was a fella, you know, that went into a car dealership during the days of the old Soviet Union, and he said he needed a car and was telling about, and then the clerk's like, okay, yeah, this, that, okay, come back in 7 years, you know, February 4th, 7 years from now. And then the guy was like, morning or afternoon? And the clerk's like, well, what difference does it make? It's 7 years from now. He's like, because I have my plumber coming in the morning that day. And it just shows you how at war human nature communism was. It was never going to work, but it was really just something that was used by power-hungry dictators to be able to justify their misrule and their oppression of their own people. And Ronald Reagan always stood firmly against that. And, you know, we wouldn't have seen the Berlin Wall fall and the Soviet Union expire when we did were it not for President Reagan's leadership. And so I'm excited to be here. This is a very fitting tribute to a great American, somebody that loved this country and really appreciated the ideals that make us so unique. So I think, are we going to go up and let her rip? Okay, let's go do it.
So this today is very special for me because I was 9 years old when President Reagan was elected, and being a kid growing up in Miami, being an American kid, I had so many friends that were Cuban Americans, first, second generation, and I think I appreciated more what Ronald Reagan's message of freedom and liberty meant because I saw it in the eyes and the words of my friends as I sat around their dinner table and went to talk to their parents about how special America is, and how it's a place and a beacon for freedom for so many people. So I can't think of a better place for a Ronald Reagan statue to be in the state of Florida than right here in Miami. When I think about Ronald Reagan and what he means to me, I mean, as someone who's been in elected office, I look to him and his example as that guiding star of what it means to be a statesman, of someone who never took his coat off in the Oval Office, who was always the happy warrior, and even when he disagreed, he was never disagreeable. And then certainly his ability to tell a story and to be funny and humorous as a politician, I think, is an example for all of us who are in public life to embody the things that Ronald Reagan stood for. But as President Nunez said, one of the things I do is, as Secretary of State, I am in charge of the America 250 effort here in Florida, and we have an amazing year ahead of us because Florida, more than any other state, embodies the spirit of 76. So we have multiple heritage historic sites that are around Florida, Mission San Luis, the Living History Museum in Tallahassee, and then sites throughout the rest of the state. We're coming up very shortly will be the Duel at Daytona, which is a NASCAR race, which was an event I will be at. And then we have Florida Department of Transportation has signs and banners as you're traveling around the state. You will see different places marking historic sites around the state and getting everyone involved in the effort. At our Visit Florida Welcome Centers, we're serving Florida orange juice. We have America 250 FL videos and a road trip and maps and guidebooks. We have the Department of State has a Veterans History program in which we're going to capture the stories of veterans, the men and women who are on the front lines of freedom. We want to preserve those stories for posterity. The state is distributed, thanks to our legislature. I see Representative Rizzo here. Thanks to efforts of his efforts. Yep. We've distributed more than $1 million in America 250 FL grants. We have a series of commemorative America 250 FL historical documents. And at the state capitol, if you happen to get to Tallahassee, on the 22nd floor, we have an entire 14th colony. That's what we're billing Florida as, the 14th colony. We have an entire exhibit of amazing historical artifacts. So you can follow us and learn more on social media on America 250 FL, on Facebook, X, and Instagram. Every single day, we're putting up stories of what is America about Florida. We want to tell those stories. And as we celebrate President Reagan's birthday this entire year, we want you to party like it's 1776. So thank you for being here today. Enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you again, President Nunez. Appreciate it.
So a big ceremony there on FIU's campus earlier today as they unveiled that statue at FIU. We're going to take a quick break here on Florida Live, but we'll be right back after this. Live look right now at the Dow Jones Industrial Average that just in the past hour topped 50,000 points for the first time. Big rally for the Dow Jones, up more than 1,000 points on the day. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Wymer. Thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. Let me give you a live look right now at George Steinbrenner Field and Raymond James Stadium on Dale Mabry Highway in Tampa. And those two stadiums could have a new neighbor soon. Earlier this week, we saw the initial renderings for the proposed Tampa Bay Rays Stadium that will be built on, that could be built on Hillsborough College's Dale Mabry campus. Had the chance earlier to speak with Tampa Bay Rays sideline reporter Ryan Bass to give his reaction and what happens next in the process.
It's certainly exciting, and it's going to be a nice compound over there. Hopefully, if and when this stadium starts to get worked on, shovels are in the ground, having Ray J, Steinbrenner Field, and of course, hopefully the Rays' new home right there on HCC's campus. Yeah, let's talk through these renderings first, because this is, I think has gotten some folks pretty excited to see all this. What do you make? What's your reaction to seeing this? Yeah, I mean, that's gorgeous, right? And I think this is exactly what the Rays envisioned in terms of their future home, having kind of a translucent roof that allows fans inside the comfortability of having the air conditioning, free-flowing air, but also seeing the beautiful outdoors of Tampa Bay. And this is going to be an intimate ballpark. 31,000 is the estimated seating capacity for this ballpark. Obviously, this comes with that mixed-use development area. I remember when Patrick Zalupski, the Rays' new primary owner, and the rest of his team, Bill Crosgrove, and of course the CEO of the Rays, Ken Babby, when they talked about their vision for a new stadium, and that was directive number one when they came on board as the new ownership group. They mentioned 100 acres of space and land. They want to build this around kind of the example of the Battery in Atlanta, right? That has not just a ballpark element to it. Now you have HCC's campus, which is going to be redeveloped, but of course the entertainment district around it. That is how the Rays envision this project moving forward. They've got an aggressive timeline. They want to be in this building for opening day in 2029. Obviously that means things got to pick up speed here in terms of talks, agreements, and signing on the dotted line. But this is exciting for Rays fans, right? This is yet another stadium rendering space that we're seeing. Projects that have happened, both in Pinellas County and Hillsborough before haven't necessarily come to fruition. But with this ownership group in charge, with these aggressive plans in place, I think this is their best effort in getting a forever home in Tampa Bay. And these renderings are certainly beautiful and what could be to come here in just a few years on the Hillsborough side of the bridge. You mentioned the capacity of the ballpark, 31,000. That would make it the smallest in the bigs. What do you make of that? Listen, I think that's been the Rays' foray, right? They understand in terms of the marketplace how they want this baseball team and this atmosphere to be structured. And I think they learned a few things from Steinbrenner Field this past year too. Covering, almost all 81 games last year for the Rays on the sidelines there and getting the experience of Steinbrenner. Yes, it was outdoors. Yes, it was hot, but there was an intimacy feel to it. And it gave Rays fans an opportunity to be even closer to the action. And I know this intimate feel was a proposal prior to the Rays being at Steinbrenner when they had their, St. Pete ballpark in the gas plant district renovations and renderings there that have been proposed. This is an idea that has long been at the core of the Rays proposals for a stadium, is making sure that they have that intimate experience that only you can get, going to this ballpark that they proposed here. So I like it. I think fans are going to like it. You'll be right on top of the action. You get the opportunity to really experience baseball in a really unique way. And I think these plans, obviously, once they continue to come to fruition, it's going to be an exciting time in Tampa Bay to have this ballpark be front and center for this Rays organization as they build towards getting back to the postseason and ultimately, winning that World Series. Let's talk about the location. Kind of having several of those big stadiums there, kind of all in one place. What is that going to do to kind of the vibe and the atmosphere when it comes to game days? Well, it'll create some more traffic on Dale Mabry, which already has a ton. That is for sure. If anybody from Orlando, by the way, went to UCF, spent a number of years in Orlando, so I drive on I-4 well. But if you come over here and you pull off Dale Mabry, you're going to a Bucks game or you're checking out a Yankee spring training game, it can get pretty crowded over there. So I think what will happen is, this will become a really sports destination complex. You think of some of the major cities in America, Philadelphia comes to mind, right? Where you've got a lot of those sports venues that are all compacted in one specific area. I think this is kind of the vision. Obviously the Rays, or I should say the Tampa Bay Lightning, are in Channel Side, but all within an area where you've got the four major sports franchises that are here in the area, right? USF not too far away off Selman and Fowler Ave. You've got an opportunity to have all of these franchises very close, very intimate with each other, all in one location. It becomes kind of a destination for sports in the Tampa Bay region. So love the area, love the idea of where they're putting this. I think it's in a great location, especially when you think of, for opposing teams, right? You get Tampa International Airport, which is right there, the executive airport with signature that a lot of those teams fly into. It's about a 5-minute drive to where this proposal is going to be. You've got, Water Street and the hotels down there, the JW, which a lot of the teams are now staying at when they come into town, even if they are playing at Tropicana Field. So it'll give a really good sports destination feel, and excited about what this compound could look like between the Yankee Spring Training Complex and, of course, the Bucks and the Rays.
And having that location, having those other things right there, having that the retail and all those kinds of things, that's been the vision, I think, has it not? Because that's been one of the knocks on Tropicana Field and the location in St. Pete.
I'll tell you, Garrett, I've been a St. Pete native since I moved to this area in 2012. And, my dad grew up in St. Pete, went to St. Pete High School. This area has significantly grown, right? The area around Tropicana Field, as it stands right now, you've got Ferg's, which is obviously a mainstay down there, but there's a lot of bars, restaurants, and destinations that have popped up around Tropicana Field. But I think what this particular project here, and why I think Hillsborough County is such a destination for where the Rays want their future home to be, is you've got, in terms of a 30-mile radius or a 50-mile radius, a lot more opportunity to bring fans to the ballpark. You've got an opportunity for those that are in Orlando that want to make the drive over on the weekend to check out a baseball game or a baseball series. You've got those that are down in Sarasota to make that easier drive, or in Polk County and Lakeland, right? This is, I think, it's a little bit more centric for the Tampa Bay area in terms of attracting fans. And yes, when you talk about the vision that the Rays have and this new ownership group has, they want to build this around the specific destination locations, like you've got the Battery in Atlanta, where it's not just you're coming to take in a baseball game, you're coming for an entire experience, whether it be before the game, after the game, where you can get a bite to eat with your family, where there's kid-friendly activities as well. This is where I think this project ties all of that together, where it can really become, a true destination spot, not just for the sports fan, but anyone that wants to really enjoy not just Rays baseball, but the entire area of Tampa Bay and some of the amenities that'll be included in this project. It really is, once shovels are in the ground, once terms are agreed upon, and once construction begins, it's really going to be an incredible project for the future of Tampa Bay and certainly for the future of Rays baseball.
And I love the vibes of it too. It certainly fits Tampa and the Florida. You get the vibes from that. Even the shape of the stadium kind of echoes that sunburst part of the logo. There's just a lot to like about the design and kind of the plans for this.
Yeah, I think, look, one of the attractive natures of this ballpark, and I think was the plans for the gas plant district in St. Pete, was having the ability to kind of get the outdoor feel, but being inside in the air conditioning. I could tell you firsthand experience of covering those 81 games at home last year at Steinbrenner. It was not fun to be in 100-degree heat watching baseball, right? It was truly cumbersome for a lot of fans to be out there. Now, granted, thankfully, didn't have one single cancellation from rain or weather last year. There were some delays, but certainly there wasn't anything better you could ask for from a Rays perspective playing at Steinbrenner. I think here with this ballpark, you've got the unique experience. I've had a lot of fans that have been reaching out on social media comparing it to SoFi Stadium out in California, right, in Los Angeles, where the LA Rams play. And if you look at the two ballparks similarly, it does kind of have that feel. I had a chance to go to SoFi to take in a Miami Dolphins and LA Rams Monday Night Football game at one time a couple of years ago, and the vibe was awesome, right? The experience of going in that ballpark, having kind of that stadium, having the indoor-outdoor feel, the open-air breeze. I think the Rays envision that with this ballpark. So you kind of get the best of both worlds, right? You get the Florida beauty and the Tampa Bay, sunshine, and under the stars, of course, but then you also get the opportunity to be comfortable in the air conditioning, which I think is exactly what baseball fans here in Florida couldn't ask for anything better.
Seen some reactions from Rays fans who are maybe a little bit fatigued by this whole process. We know we have seen stadium renderings before for proposed new homes for the Rays. What makes this time different?
Yeah, listen, Garrett, you're preaching to the choir here, right? I mean, 2008, you had the Sale project down where Al Lang is. You've had Ybor. You've had, obviously the gas plant district. I mean, there's been a lot of different proposals and renderings that have, been presented by this franchise. But I think what makes this different this time, you've got a different ownership group here in charge, right? And I think the relationship between Patrick Zalewski and, of course, Governor Ron DeSantis here in Florida makes this even more attractive to push this proposal across the finish line. You've got the state's backing here, especially for the renovation of Hillsborough Community College, right? And that campus. I think that right there is a big selling point for why this could be different. You just feel the buzz, you feel the energy, and you feel the push around this. It has the feeling that it is different from the previous proposals. Now, I will say, right, the $2.3 billion price tag on this thing, Ray's ownership has said that they're going to cover 50% plus, construction and cost overruns here. They're asking Hillsborough County to fund the rest. We'll see what happens as these negotiations move forward. Again, they signed the MOU, which does allow those conversations, those talks and negotiations to continue. I think that's a really important first step. And I believe in this group, again, led by Patrick, led by Ken Babby and Bill Cosgrove. You've got an ownership group here that I think has the wits about them to push this deal across the finish line. Despite the price tag, despite all of the headaches, for prior stadium deals that the Rays have floated, I do think this has the best chance and the best opportunity to move forward. I'm excited to see what the next year and 12 months has in store as they work towards a deal to try to get this thing realistically built and operational for the 2029 season or the 2030 season as the Rays hope to have their new home established.
A lot of excitement for that. Keep it right here on Florida Live. We've got more to come after this quick break. Breaking news this afternoon here on Fox Local. New video just into the Fox 35 newsroom showing the main suspect in the death of Anna Kepner seen in Miami today, going from two courthouses in South Florida. One of those courthouses being a juvenile court, one being adult court. This is video from this afternoon in Miami, according to WSVN as well down there, saying there was also an attorney-only meeting at the James Lawrence King Federal Justice Building. So again, a new video just into our newsroom showing that suspect going from 2 different Miami courthouses. We are continuing to follow this story. Fox 35's Esther Bauer working to learn more details about this. She will have updates coming up in just a little bit here on Fox Local and on Fox 35 TV. Anna Kepner, of course, the teen from Titusville who was found dead on board a cruise ship back in November. Disturbing details that have come out about that case. Very few official details from investigators. We know this has been a long investigation. Things have been moving forward, but we have heard very little publicly. Most of the information coming from court documents from an unrelated civil custody dispute that has been going on as well. But some emerging details, a developing story that we will continue to track as more information comes in. We appreciate you joining us here on Florida Live this afternoon. We are out of time now, but our live streaming news coverage continues on the other side of this break on Fox Local and on YouTube. If you're joining us on the TV side, we hope you have a good weekend, and I will see you back here on Monday.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good afternoon to you. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here. Thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. If you're just joining us here at this 3 o'clock hour, I do want to get you caught up on the breaking news that we are following out of South Florida. New video just into our newsroom showing the main suspect in Anna Kepner's murder seen going from 2 Miami courthouses this afternoon. One of those a juvenile court, one of those an adult court. We also know from WSVN in Miami that there was an attorney-only meeting at the James Lawrence King Federal Justice Building. As we were just discussing, if you caught us at the tail end of Florida Live, this is a case that we've been following for months now, since the death of Anna Kepner, a teenager from Titusville who was found dead on board a Carnival cruise ship. Very few details in this case. What little we have learned of it has come from court documents in an unrelated civil custody dispute. Still don't have much information about what may have been going on inside court today. We are working to learn more details about what transpired inside, what the next steps are, and all of that. Fox 35's Esther Bauer working on this story, and we'll have more for us coming up in just a little bit. But again, we are continuing to follow the updates on that, as that is still a developing and a breaking story this afternoon. The main suspect in that murder seen coming and going from 2 different courthouses in Miami earlier today. I want to talk a little bit about something going on in Tallahassee, and that is a provision in the agriculture bill going through the Florida legislature right now that would let businesses sue Floridians for spreading false information about agriculture products or practices. This is a non-disparagement clause that to some is causing some concerns with that bill. Advocates are believing that big agriculture businesses might use those provisions as a threat to stifle anyone who may be bringing up concerns about water safety or other unsafe practices. Fox 13 Tampa Bay had the chance to speak with the co-founder of Captains for Clean Water. That's a nonprofit who shared his concerns with potential free speech violations in that bill.
I think, the provision 47 in the House bill 433 and Provision 48 and the Senate Bill 290 are going to be bad, not just for Floridians, but for Americans in general, as it's a punishment and can be used as a punishment for speaking up against industrial agriculture, not only products, but practices. And so people that maybe saying things on social media or in person or to news outlets, even reporters like yourself, scientists, saying, hey, we see an issue with, X chemical being used, that it's causing this effect, or we're seeing that discharges that are being, water that's being polluted because of some practice or water management practice. Those people now under this bill could face suit and legal recourse. And more importantly, one-way attorney's fees that even if they are drugged to court by one of these big industrial sugar companies or big industrial agricultural interests or chemical companies, even if they get drugged to court and are successful in defending themselves, they would still be on the hook for their own attorney's fees. And so the gravity and the impact that has on people's ability and willingness to speak up and use their voice is a threat. So the process itself, they can win and be found right, but not be made whole in the expenses it costs to represent themselves. And that in itself is a massive threat to the First Amendment. And in addition to that, the First Amendment is not to be applied to specific industries in specific ways. It is across the board. And so setting a precedent that we are going to craft language narrowly for, one industry, what does that do and open the door for a Pandora's box of that same logic and same precedent to then be applied to any other industry across the United States? And that's really the big thing here. These amendments or this bill in Florida has gotten the attention of national audience. I mean, you have the outdoor industry, the outdoor community across the country that is now weighing in on this. You've got the MAHA movement, national MAHA movement, MAHA Moms, MAHA Action, like RFK's movement that is literally using their voices to speak up against, ultra processed food and farming practices and production practices. Those literally voices that have changed the food pyramid, that have flipped the food pyramid over, those voices in the cases they have made to create that change would be threatened under this bill. And that's why you've seen a clear message by the MAHA movement, by the outdoor industry, by everyday citizens of only one thing is acceptable, and that is the complete and total removal of those two provisions in the Farm Bill.
I'm working on getting in contact with the sponsors of the bill. I haven't heard from them yet, but I suppose that their defense would be, well, just don't say anything disparaging. What's your response to that?
Yeah, first of all, that's not how free speech works. Science for example, starts with an observation and then a hypothesis, which is making a statement based on an observation. And we have seen countless cases where people using their voices to bring attention to an issue, you should not have to have a scientific study to allow to support your First Amendment right. That's not how the First Amendment works. And so we already have defamation laws here in Florida for everybody, for every industry, for everyone. And so they're already protected under that. This is not a matter of protecting industry. This is a matter of silencing free speech and creating a threat in intimidation of speaking up about things you're seeing.
Yeah, I definitely, saw this morning on social media and questioned everything. I was like, how can you even legislate this? And I mean, it could end up just being, sued in court and overturned. But I guess also another thing that they might say, I'm just trying to cover my bases on things that they might say to me, is that if you can talk about farming practices as long as they're like factual, then that's not disparagement. Do you fear that this is open for interpretation on what disparagement is?
It absolutely is. And to give you an example, many industries have self-produced science. Okay. And, there's a saying that, 90% of science supports the funding that funded the science itself. And so, the fact is like, you should not have to be concerned as a reporter, and I should not have to be concerned as a citizen that I have a scientific study to support something I am saying in a case that I am making. That is not how the First Amendment of our Constitution is structured. And so anything that goes in that direction is a violation of the First Amendment. And we also should not be in a place where we are signing into law things that then would cause or need a citizen or a group of people to sue the government to prove that the law is unconstitutional. And that's what it would take. And it may even take that they are first sued. And so, again, the cost of litigation. This is something that the bill sponsor himself in the House said, we already have a law that does this. This really doesn't change anything. If that's the case, then why are you doing it? Why are we doing it? And there's no compromise here. I mean, this provision, countless people from think tanks that specialize in free speech to people that use their voices to create change across the country, there's no daylight between any of them. All of them see this as a violation and infringement on Americans' free speech. And so I think it's important that the Tallahassee and the folks up there that are, pushing this bill, it's one part of a big bill. And I think the other thing that's important is that's why people hate these omnibus packages, because they package all these things together, and there could be some really good stuff in that bill. And they slip this one thing in there that, is kind of a poison pill, and in hopes that it goes through because there's other good things. If this provision was a standalone bill by itself, do you think that it would be moving through the legislature? I would say I highly doubt it. And I would challenge the bill sponsors, if they're so confident in what this is, go ahead and run it as a standalone bill.
And then what kind of danger does this pose for Floridians that might not be able to speak out about dangerous farming practices that harm us, harm the waterways, etc.?
It has this affects Floridians who use their voice to speak out about these harmful practices that they've seen in a couple ways. One, we have seen a tremendous amount of progress on Everglades restoration and water quality efforts over the last 10 years. Much of that progress has been driven by people using their voices to bring up issues of problems they've seen, from water management to farming practices to, algae blooms that are fueled by runoff. And a lot of that progress probably wouldn't have happened if the public in mass wasn't able to speak up about it. The other thing is the punishment of this provision is in the process that it would take. If someone like myself or someone like yourself or anybody here viewing this was to make a claim that one of these big industrial corporations, like the big chemical companies or big sugar companies, didn't like, they could sue you and they could drag you through court for years, where you had to prove that you were right. And even if you did that against their bought science and all of that, and you were found right, you could be bankrupted and crippled under your own attorney's fees that by this provision you cannot seek from them. So you would be punished simply by going through the process, even if you were vindicated to be right and not had said anything false.
Okay, so technically, if you were only speaking facts, they being these chemical companies, sugar companies, whatever, can't come after you, but they could bring their own facts
Well, they could
how
still
it
come out.
is?
They could come after you. It's who determines, is the First Amendment determined on who says what the truth is? And so, if there's observation, I mean, in 2018, we were saying Lake Okeechobee discharges are making these red tide blooms worse. There was no scientific study to prove it. We saw it. We were seeing it with our own eyes. It was obvious. At that point in time, there was no science to prove what we were saying. Well, then we go 4 years later, and now there's scientific study that connected those Lake Okeechobee blooms and the nutrients and the nitrogen in those discharges to fueling the red tide. So we were vindicated 4 years later. The science reflected what we were saying and what we saw. But at the time, if there was a, if there was a suit brought to us, there was no science at the time to support that. And so, sorry, my wife is calling in. Hopefully we're going to be able to cut this. Am I still okay, or did I get bumped off?
You are all good. Keep going.
Okay. Sorry about that. But that's an example that, the science isn't always there and exists. And even if it is, the process of proving you were right could cripple you financially. That in itself is enough of an intimidation. I mean, look at it yourself. Would you speak up on something? I mean, I would say anybody watching this, ask themselves, would they speak up on something if there was a threat of being sued? And do you trust that a massive corporation like Monsanto's or the industrial sugar industry or any of these other corporations that are criticized heavily by people who are seeing impacts, do you think that they would hesitate to silence critics or make an example of critics? And what's the risk to them? I know that I couldn't sustain the cost of having an attorney and going through, years of legal process to defend myself, even if I'm found to be right. So it puts the power of intimidation in the hands of industrial agriculture and chemical producers used in agricultural processes. It puts the intimidation weapon in their hands because they can sue you. And then you have to go through the process in court to determine whether that suit was justified or not.
Yeah, it's definitely very scary. I mean, any kind of free speech violation is, top of mind. So this has really caught my eye this morning. Is there anything else you want to say?
No, I mean, we saw a similar effort. What was it last year about silencing media outlets here in Florida and being able to bring suit there. And that bill thankfully failed. I think the way that what I would leave on this is this is a state bill, but it has caught and drawn national attention by massive national voices, by the MAHA movement and the outdoor industry. And the message is very clear that is coming from not only Floridians, but people across the country. And the message to the legislature is strike in the entirety these provisions out of the Farm Bill. And anything less than that is unacceptable and is a threat to the First Amendment.
What should people do?
People can visit Captains for Clean Water on our website. We have a call to action tool, as well as our social media. We have a way for you to contact policymakers. Contact those policymakers in Tallahassee. We've identified the people on the committees that this bill is up in front of next week, and let them know that you oppose those defamation or disparagement clauses in those bills in the entirety, and you want them removed.
We'll be right back with more Fox 35 News Plus after this.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus on this Friday afternoon. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us live on Fox Local and on YouTube. I want to give you a live look right now as we continue to track our poll question of the day. Where are you watching the Super Bowl? I'll leave this up for a second here so that you can cast your vote if you haven't yet. A lot of you saying you don't plan on watching it. Many of you, though, saying you'll either watch it at home or out at a bar or restaurant. A few of you saying a house party, about 11%. So where are you watching the Super Bowl on Sunday, or do you not plan on it? You can go to fox35orlando.com/vote. You can also scan the QR code that you see on your screen there right now. We've been showing this throughout the day here, and many of you, again, we have seen that percentage saying you don't plan on watching increase and kind of take the lead here out of the available options. So the big game coming up on Sunday. We've talked about it a little bit throughout the day, talked about some of the commercials that you may have seen that are already getting some buzz on social media, talking about some good food options as well. We also talked with U-Nation on our community crossroads. They gave us some good ideas for Super Bowl watch parties throughout the area this weekend that might be a good option for you if you are one of those 22% saying that you want to go out to a bar or a restaurant to watch it. Other things happening this weekend, including the start of Mardi Gras at Universal. Talked with Theron White, one of our theme park experts, earlier today to tell us what we need to know if we're heading out for Mardi Gras this weekend.
So Universal Mardi Gras is starting tomorrow on February 7th, and it's continuing through April 4th, but they're only going to do their concerts on select days. It's going to be on the Saturdays of each weekend, so you won't be getting a free concert every day. But there is going to be a lot of concert options coming up and some big names, like you said. Cascade, Portugal the Man, RuPaul is going to be doing a DJ set. We're going to have Zed and a bunch of others that are coming there. And this is included with your theme park admission. So if you're an annual pass holder, this is just part of your regular payments. Or if you're buying a ticket specifically for those days, you're going to be able to go and get a full concert experience included with your standard park admission. So you can go and enjoy some food, go on some of the rides, and then end your day with really a very energetic concert.
And that's just the start of it, though. So much that is that's available there that offered for this Mardi Gras experience. Talk to us about the float experience there at Universal.
Riding on the floats is so cool. It's one of those things you really can't do at your average theme park. So not only can you go to Universal and see their Mardi Gras parade as it goes through the park, but if you sign up in the morning, or they even have a dining option, it's a $95 called Float Ride and Dine. It's a way for you to get onto those floats, and you get to be the one that's throwing the bead. You get to be in that energy. I myself did it a few years ago and again last year, and it is just so much fun. How often can you say that I went to one of the world's biggest theme parks and got to join the parade? You get to throw out hundreds of the necklaces and the beads, and it's just insanely energetic. I highly recommend that everyone try it at least once. There's a bunch of different float types. You can go out, you can see the energy in the park, and you kind of get a little bit of a backstage tour if you're a theme park nut like myself and kind of want to see how Universal does their operations for parades.
What a unique experience. What a unique point of view.
Oh, absolutely. You get to go through the park and see things you literally cannot see unless you're on one of those floats. Universal does a great job. They have like a safety video where they get to go in and tell you exactly what you're going to be expecting. They're going to put you into different groups, so you and a large group get to go on this float, because it's not just 1 or 2 people. It's usually 8 or 10 people per float. So you kind of get to meet other people, talk about your day, and then you get to throw this out. And I mean, the crowds are nuts. In the best way possible, the energy is there. The second you hold up a bead, you watch an entire crowd of anyone from any age freak out, scream, throw their hands in the air, and you kind of get to be a celebrity. And again, if you go early enough in the morning and sign up before they're full, this is part of the admission. You don't have to pay extra for it, but if you want to guarantee it, you can do that float ride and dine experience.
All right, now talk to us about the parade route, what people need to know about that.
Yeah, so it doesn't go through the entire park. Universal has a great description here. It's going to start over if you're near the horror makeup show, and it's going to take a left, go to the front of the park, go all the way through New York, and then towards the water when you're in the New York area. So it doesn't do the entire park. If you're somewhere over at the Simpsons or near the Harry Potter area, you won't see it. but it's going to be hard to miss when it's in the front of the park. Another positive, this is a long parade. There are a ton of floats going by, so don't feel like you need to be right at the front, or if you miss a little bit of it, you can find another spot. There is a ton of room for you to go around. I even really enjoy, if you go and see some of the New York Center there at the top of this image, that's actually where they're going to have a lot of food booths. So if you're someone that wants to go, you can go and grab an option. You can go get some beignets, or you can go get a Bloody Mary and still have time to see some of the parade as it's going around you in basically every single angle. It makes the entire front of the park extremely, extremely energetic. And I think that's the best part. Universal says it's just a party going through the park, and I completely agree.
You mentioned the food. We've got to talk about the food. So many good options. What stands out to you?
Universal has actually released the entire lineup, so if you want to go and see the full menu, you can head to the Universal Orlando website, and they've got all that. But I listed some ones that I wanted to make sure people knew about. We've got the King Cake Espresso Martini, some Tres Leches, a Daiquiri Deck Drinks Bar is coming this year. There's also going to be some Chinese beef skewers, Brazilian cheese bread bites, a Bloody Mary bar, and a fried oyster po' boy. All of that sounds delicious to me.
Yeah, it sounds delicious to me too. And you can get a food and beverage card. What does that do?
Yeah, so you can actually go, and if you're a regular ticket visitor, if you want to just go, you can pay $75, or I'm sorry, you can pay $65, and then you get a $75 gift card and make about $10 there if you pre-buy a bunch of different food at once. But if you're an annual pass holder, it's even better. For $120, you get a $150 food card, and it happens every single year. I can't promise it happens this year, but every year it works. That gift card doesn't just work for Mardi Gras. You can keep that and have a food card that you can use throughout the year. So there's some people that'll go and buy multiples of these cards, and then you're just making $30 in food every single time you buy one. If you're an annual pass holder, that is a great discount to save yourself money if you already know you're going to buy a ton of food items, not just for this event, but maybe for Halloween Horror Nights or later in the year for Christmas as well.
That's a savvy way to do it.
If you're going to eat some food, you might as well save yourself some money, because you can go through these snacks really fast when they're this delicious.
Yeah, no doubt about that. As we're continuing to see some of the items on display there, making my mouth water. There's no doubt about that. So there's some good tips there if you are heading out to Mardi Gras at Universal. Well, we are just about out of time here on Fox 35 News Plus this afternoon, getting ready to hand things off to the Fox 35 Storm Team for Fox 35 Weather Plus. That starts at 3:30 right here on Fox Local and on YouTube as well. I want to let you know we are continuing to track the breaking news in the Anna Kepner case. The suspect in that, the main suspect seen coming and going from two different courthouses in Miami. We know Fox 35's Esther Bauer has been all over this story from the beginning. She's continuing to track it this afternoon. We'll have the latest updates here shortly once we get those new details, once we get some more information about that. That will continue to be a developing story. We're also keeping an eye on developments in the Nancy Guthrie disappearance. Again, today, day 6 of that search, and some interesting new details about that. We had an interesting conversation in our 2 o'clock show with a law enforcement expert who talks about some of the body language that we have seen, analyzing some of that, and also talking about what happens next, what the clues investigators may be looking for in the ransom note that might help zero in on a suspect. So continuing to keep an eye on that. We are out of time here, so I'm going to go ahead and get ready to toss to break, and then on the other side of that, we'll have Fox 35 Weather Plus, and then I'll be back here on Monday with more Fox 35 News Plus and Florida Live. But again, the news never stops here on Fox Local, so keep it right here. We'll have more coverage in just a minute.